board packet? Yes. Thank you. That way, I'm going to...
Thank you.
Yeah, and they never fully processed. Seems, wrong.
I'd like to call the April 2nd SOT Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting to order. Victor, can you call roll call?
On the call of the roll, Member Nee.
Here.
Nee present. Member Washburn.
Here.
Washburn present. Member Pilpil.
Present.
Pilpil present. Member Sims. Sims absent. Member David. I was informed by Member David that he is ill and he will not be able to make today's meeting. Member Highland.
Present.
Highland present. Member Oka.
Present.
Oka present. Vice Chair Fisher.
Present.
Fisher present. Chair Grant.
Present.
Grant present. We have a quorum.
Great. The next item, if there are any agenda changes or anything,
Are you taking public comment on item 1?
I'm still on item 1. When I finish going through item 1, I'll be going through any public comment. Any agenda changes? And I actually had, well, you know what, let me ask you. I had one for item number, did you take it up?
8.
Thank you. Item number 8 for the annual report. I don't know if the sub-chairs had a moment or time to do their sub-reports or a draft of it yet. And I've been traveling, so you didn't either.
Right,
So
I've been traveling as well, yeah.
Yeah, and I just got back. So I want to have that done by April, though.
Mm-hmm.
So I was hoping we could see if people were in agreement to continue that till the next meeting. I would be more than happy to do that because we don't have anything to talk about.
That'll probably work, but we should probably have a brief discussion about where we are going forward on that before we continue it, and we should allow for public comment.
Yeah, I will, but
Okay.
I wanted to see if you guys since you guys are the people that have to do the reports, the subcommittee reports. Member Washburn?
Right, I requested a Word copy of the last report. I had contributed to that, so it shouldn't take me a great deal of time to edit, use the format, and will necessitate reading back through a lot of minutes, but...
Okay. So you think you would be able to have it done by
Yeah.
May?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Member Pilpel?
I may need some help on that. But again, why don't we discuss it when we get there? I'm not opposed to ultimately continuing the item, but we
Okay.
should allow for some further comment at that time.
Well, I mean, we can. What I'm proposing, and I will ask for public comment right now. We discussed this whole thing last. You weren't at the meeting.
I wasn't.
Yes, and we can fill you in. But what your portion is based upon the last report, kind of what's going on. So. Right now, there's nothing to report, so I would really like to kind of get that taken care of now so that we don't get to that and then have a conversation about it. And I'll be glad to fill you in kind of based upon the minutes from last meeting because you haven't done anything
Right.
yet. And we can discuss it, but I'd like to see if that would be amenable to continue that item to the next meeting in May. Or I'm sorry.
Again, yes, I'm open to that, but I wanted to have some more substantive discussion, and I'm not sure we should be having a substantive discussion now. It's just whether or not to continue it without discussion, essentially.
So I'd like to, at this time, I would have to have a motion to continue this item to the following meeting. If we don't have that this time, we can still have a discussion. Is there a motion to continue this item?
I'll make the motion.
Second?
It's been moved in second. I'd like to open it up now for public comment on item number 1. It's public comment for item?
I also had another suggestion for agenda changes, but we should take,
Okay.
why don't we take
Yeah.
public comment on the motion before us?
I'm Peter Warfield. Are we, I'm Executive Director of Library Users Association. Are we taking on the motion or are we taking on the item?
I would like a public comment on, we have a motion on the floor now, so public comment on that motion and the item number 1. If you have any comments or something you want to talk to about item number 1 on the agenda, either the roll call or agenda changes, which is what
So
I-
if you have no draft annual
Exactly.
report, I appreciate that you're not going to waste time and appreciate that you're announcing it as appropriate at the beginning of the meeting. I did obtain a paper copy of the 270-page agenda packet, and it did not have these helpful what I would call the null report. When you don't have anything for an item, you need to indicate that perhaps in the same way as you indicated when you have an item, for example, item 2 and other items. The huge pile of paper that I got had no helpful dividers, and I don't believe had this notation. This positively tells you don't have to keep looking through the pages. There is no attachment for that item. And that null report occurs here several times, for example, for public comment. And again, when you're looking through, especially if you don't have the agenda in front of you and you're looking through the packet of materials, you're looking through and you're saying, what happened to item 8? What happened to item such and such? So I urge you to include in whatever is online, as well as what's provided to the public, the same material that you have here. My request for an agenda packet, I believe, did not provide these null things, and they should in the future. With respect to your call to order, I thought, though I'm not sure, that one of the members present today had quit. And so I'm wondering if there's any news with respect to the membership that's shown on today's agenda, whether there have been reappointments or new appointments, or somebody who might have said they were leaving or planning to leave who is perhaps not doing what we last heard.
You can refer to, who are you referring to?
Well, I believe that Mr. Oka was going to leave or not be renewed or something along those lines. So I'm wondering if you can update us there or with anybody else. Also, there's a number of holdovers.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have any update on any membership, and I don't know where you have gotten the member Oka. He's a holdover, but if you care to address that, if not, that's fine too. I don't have any update. As far as I know, everything stands as it has been. So,
Thanks very much.
thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Oh, Member Hart.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Point of procedure, Mr. Pilpel has already indicated that he has something else on this agenda item, so why we're taking public comment now prior to that, I don't know, because it might be something the public would want to comment on. So this seems really bizarre. I would also like to point out that for 2 years, as has been previously mentioned, there have been 3 holdovers, all of who I understand have been willing to stay here so that the body can conduct its business, but there have been 2 vacancies for 2 years, and there has been, in my opinion, absolutely no effort by this task force to get the Board of Supervisors to carry out their legally mandated responsibilities to see that the positions on this board are filled. For example, in some of the cases recently, you had to get 6 out of 7 attending members to win, and in this particular case, you have to get 6 out of 8, which is a 75% majority, which definitely tilts this hearing in the favor of the city and against the complainants in every single case. I would say that is a denial of due process. Telling people we're going to have a jury where you have to get 75% majority to prevail is unreasonable. And to allow it to continue for 2 solid years is unreasonable. With all due respect to you folks, I know you don't have this in your control, but very frankly, David Chu, the president of the Board of Supervisors, has been negligent, willfully and maliciously negligent in keeping these seats from being filled.
Mr. Hartz, I'm sorry, let me interrupt you, if I may. That would be a public comment thing right now. We wanted to.
No, I am talking about the fact that this agenda, you have taken the agenda, 8 members are here, there are others that are not, and they're vacant, and that is a legitimate subject for conversation.
Yeah, for public comment. And
No,
yes.
for this agenda item. The roll is
call.
the subject of my thing.
Okay, so
Basically, what I'm saying is you do this month after month. You hold a roll call, and members aren't here, there are vacant seats, and you don't do nothing to address it. And I think you fully understand that that is legitimate public comment on this agenda item. I get really tired of going to boards and commissions where the chair or some other person seems to feel they have the right to abrogate, censor, shut down, or whatever your public comment because they don't agree with the way you're approaching it.
no, Mr. I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna stop you because we are in roll call. We will get to that public comment. Just to address that really quickly, we have all written letters to the Board of Supervisors. I've been personally in the Board of Supervisors office, and once it gets out of our hand, it is out of my hands. We were supposed to have in the Rules Committee yesterday, tomorrow, they were supposed to vote on new members. They have decided, which has nothing to do with us, although as angry or as we feel that this is not moving this forward, they have decided not to push that for whatever reason that they have decided. So,
Whatever reason, yes.
yeah, I don't, that's out of my
And I would
hands,
like
so.
to say that I do not appreciate you interrupting my public comment.
Yeah,
These
but-
3 minutes are mine, and if you want to
All right.
respond to me at the end, you're entitled to do that. You are not
How many more
entitled
minutes does he have?
to interfere
Okay, I will give.
with my public comment, and that's what you did.
No, I don't agree that this is at this time, this public comment is appropriate. I was going to let you have that time during the regular public comment. So, thank you. Are there any more comments on the motion or agenda item number 1?
Good afternoon, Task Force members. Thomas Piccirillo. With all due respect to Mr. Hartz, he was speaking on a matter that not addressing the motion in front of you. So the chair was proper in trying to cut him off.
It was the agenda item, not the motion.
The motion, if the motion is based on you not having a final report, but I think I heard somebody say that you had a draft report, I would prefer to hear the discussion on the draft report. Tonight's agenda, you have one person. This is the Ray Hartz night, which is troubling. But clearly, there's not a whole lot on your agenda. So if there's any discussion that could be had by the task force members regarding the annual report, I would prefer to hear it as item agenda 8. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take a roll call vote on the motion. Is there any more public comment? If not, public comments closed. Can you reread the motion?
The motion is continue item number 8 to the first meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force in May. On that motion, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pelpel.
No.
Pelpel, no. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. The motion passes.
Great. Can you call the next? Yes.
I,
Oh, I'm
when I
sorry,
suggested
yes.
earlier that I had another proposed agenda change, item 23, the announcements and comments section, I had a couple of items to raise there, and I wanted to do that while Deputy City Attorney Kahlo is still here. So if item 8 is no longer there, I would ask if we could move it up to either item 8 or after item 7 or after item 9 and before the minutes. That's my request.
So you want to move item number 23 up because,
Because I had some things to discuss that I wanted to do with Deputy City Attorney Kala here before he usually leaves, before we get to the minutes and the reports.
I don't think he does. He's usually here. So unless we go super late, right? Aren't you here till 9 o'clock? If
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, well,
So
then
I
maybe
think-
we don't need to take it out of order.
Yeah,
All right, that's
yeah, I
fine.
think we'll be okay.
Thank you.
And just because I want to address what you're saying about the draft, we don't have drafts. We were looking at previous years of that. So once we have a draft, that's when we want to have public comment based upon what we've come up with for this 2-year policy. Victor, can you read the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 2, file number 13058, complaint filed by Ray Hartz Jr. against Dennis Herrera, Office of the City Attorney, for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.34 by advising city boards and commissions to abridge public comment by posting 150-word summaries of public comment as attachments to meeting minutes rather than including the summaries in the body of the minutes. Should I read item number 3 also?
Yes, please.
Item number 3.
Are we taking them together? Hold
Yeah,
on.
I want to ask City Attorney and Mr. Hartz if he'd be amenable. Can you come up here for a second? So we were wondering, with items number 2 and number 3, because they are the same issue, if I give you the allotted time, you get 5 minutes, we would give you 10 minutes, rather than having to go through it separately, you could do it at once and talk about the same issue and give you the appropriate amount of time. And put
Given the chair's actions on the first agenda item, the answer is no.
Okay. Great. So let's move to item number 2, and let's do it individually. I'm sorry, you read it already.
2A, determination of jurisdiction on a complaint filed by Ray Hartz Jr. against Dennis Herrera, Office of the City Attorney.
I'm sorry, who's here to represent the city attorney's office? Oh, okay, thank you. I believe, is jurisdiction accepted by both parties? Yes. Okay, great. Then can I get a
Comment?
public comment?
Oh, actually, I had a...
There hasn't been a motion yet.
Yeah, what's your
Right,
comment?
that would be-
Shouldn't the motion come before public comment?
Okay.
Move to accept jurisdiction.
Second.
Pilpel?
I guess I don't have a real problem with jurisdiction on item 3 with regard to item 2.
Item number 2, you mean?
I was saying I don't really have a problem with item 2 with jurisdiction. No. Let me start over. I don't really have a problem with item 3 with jurisdiction. With item 2, pending public comment, I'm inclined to vote no on jurisdiction. I think that we may find violations of substantive sections of the ordinance, but I think it is unusual and inappropriate for us to consider section 67.34 as a substantive violation. It seems to me that that's a willful failure to perform an act found elsewhere in the ordinance. I don't think that you violate 67.34 on its face. That's only the result of some other action. So I'm inclined not to find jurisdiction on item 2 in the way that it's being framed right now. Thanks.
Is there any more comments from the members? If not, I'd like to open it up to public comment on the issue of jurisdiction based upon
Peter Warfield, I'm not a party to this, but I do think that there is material here that indicates this can be discussed. I don't think that you have to have a prior violation, but I think in this case, there are prior violations in the record with this body. So I think that you do have jurisdiction, and you should go ahead with the hearing.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? If not, public comment is closed. Victor, can you do a roll call vote on this motion regarding the issue of jurisdiction?
On the motion to determine jurisdiction, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel.
No.
Pilpel, no. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. Determination of jurisdiction has been approved.
Great. I would like to invite the complainant up to give us the issues of this case. You have 5 minutes.
One of my favorite authors, Frank Herbert, said the following: politics is the art of appearing candid and completely open while concealing as much as possible. Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I want to make it very clear that this meeting and every public meeting in this city is a political forum. And what we are talking about here in all the cases tonight is constitutionally protected political free speech, protected by the U.S. Constitution, the California Constitution, the Brown Act, and in this case, the Sunshine Ordinance. And I would ask you to consider all of those when deliberating on this case. As I stated in the documents submitted to this task force, there have been 6 determinations by the task force saying that in the body of the minutes is what is meant by in the minutes in the ordinance. And given that every one of these 150-word summaries is a summary of my constitutionally protected political free speech, I believe that free speech protection extends to how the government portrays or represents my political free speech in an official public document. The city attorney's office is one of the 6 findings that this task force said in the body of the minutes means in the body of, or in the minutes means in the body of the minutes. And the city attorney's office has fought this and fought this and fought this and continues with the Good Government Guide and a memo that they sent out, which there is being portrayed as a legal opinion, which it is not, because it does not meet any of the requirements of a legal opinion. There are still certain bodies in this city that take my constitutionally protected political free speech and make it an addendum. My belief for doing this is, 1, viewpoint discrimination. They don't like what I have to say, and they don't want it in the official record. They don't want it physically in the official record because it would then take a motion and action by the particular body to remove it. They want to keep it as an addendum because they can go back and then argue that these are not part of the minutes. They are simply attachments to the minutes and can be subsequently removed. And if anybody thinks it's any different, ask them why is it so important for them to keep these 150-word summary out of the body of the minutes. They take the position, which I essentially read as it makes no difference. If it's in the body of the minutes or attached to the minutes, it's the same thing. Well, here's a good question for you. If it's the same thing, why are you fighting so hard to prevent it? You can't say it with a straight face. You can't say, we want to keep what Mr. Hartz has to say out of the official record for any other reason than we don't like it being in there. Also, I would like to say the city attorney has given permission to city bodies, all bodies, including the Police Commission, the Library Commission, the Ethics Commission, the Arts Commission, and this body, who have all included it in the body of the minutes, to introduce my comments with a prejudicial statement. If you read the statements in every one of those minutes, for all of those bodies, they start out with not a neutral statement saying, here is a 150-word summary submitted by the speaker. they start out with a comment that says, here's a summary submitted by the speaker, and we can't verify whether it's true or not, and we don't vouch for its truth. Well, bottom line is the government isn't allowed to vouch for or disavow public comment. And sticking a statement in the official minutes saying what you're about to read, you can take with a grain of salt, which is essentially what they're doing, is another violation of constitutionally protected free speech. I would ask you, if you have opinions tonight which regard the law, refer them to Member Sims, who is an attorney, or to the Deputy City Attorney who is present, and ask them point blank, is Mr. Hartz correct that this is constitutionally protected political free speech? Why is the city attorney's office so determined to allow city bodies to keep it out of the official record? And why are they doing it not only to Mr. Hartz, but any other citizen in similar circumstance?
Is there anyone here to offer any supports of facts and evidence for Mr. Hartz? If not, I'd like to invite the respondent up, please. And you two have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Gabriel Zitrin for the Office of the City Attorney, and also an ardent fan of the great San Francisco author Frank Herbert, so at least we have that much in common. Anyway, Mr. Hartz, it's difficult to assess his legal argument there is a great deal of, I think that there's a great deal of insinuation, but as best I can make out, his legal argument is that under Section 67.21 of the Sunshine Ordinance, that included cannot mean as an attachment. But I failed to discern either from his filings that you all have in front of you or from his speech just now what his legal argument is that it cannot mean as an attachment. There is no interpretation of 67.21 that says that. And you know, we do have an argument, our legal argument, that it is permissible, not required, but permissible for public policy bodies to include those 150-word summaries as an attachment to the minutes rather than in the body. And that is that there is a possible, and again, this is not required of any body, this is at the discretion of those appointed bodies. It is possible, and this is our legal argument, mind you, that doing so can help to delineate what is the policy of an appointed body of the city government and what is not. Now, I don't really think, I mean, it's not, public comment is vital to any of these meetings, as we know. But there is no public policy goal that is served by that kind of conflation. And while it is true, I want to give an example of something that he wrote that I took note of, which was he was worried that Mr. Hartz is that public comment in this way is relegated to what I believe he used the phrase secondary status. And that he was mentioning up here a grain of salt, if you will, because of an introduction that says the following is not the opinion of the policy body of San Francisco. Well, I wouldn't call it secondary, but I would call it differentiated status. When something is placed as an attachment to the minutes, whether or not there's some kind of disclaimer, yes, it's been differentiated from those workings of that appointed body. But it is different from those workings of that appointed body. And if he says, well, the disclaimer, if it exists, and not everyone uses it, but the disclaimer, if it exists, says, well, you have to take this with a grain of salt. Well, no, I would dispute that. The disclaimer would say, this is the result of the meeting of this appointed body, and this is not, because as vital as public comment is to any meeting, from the Board of Supervisors to the Police Commission to this one, those people who do make public comment are not appointed members of the policy body. And I just don't see again, I'm having trouble addressing the legal argument that under 67.21, any reading of that section says that an attachment to the minutes cannot be held as being included in the minutes. Now, if you do look at our filings, we have given our argument, and basically this is under, I want to see, there's a Black's Law Dictionary reference, and there's, taking through what the word included means. Now, the word included in this case, I'm just saying, yes, in Included, yes, I can stand up here and say attached means included with. He's worried about a method that I'm not really familiar with by which something that is an attachment is more easily excluded from the minutes at a later date and time. And that it would require, he was talking to me about this before the meeting began, an additional motion would be required to do so if it were in the body of the minutes, but it's easier to do so as an attachment to the minutes in an effort to suppress public comment. But if you look at the language of 67.21, and again, that's what for the moment where the city attorney's office is being accused of violating, there is no public access. There is no access to public information that is being abridged. At the very most, it's being moved to a different part of the minutes. And I don't think that anybody who's looking over that it's going to be beyond their ability to reference, okay, this is the public comment that's attached to the minutes. They will be able to do that. And there is no information to which public access is being abridged or abrogated in any way.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that wants to offer any evidence or facts in support of the respondent? If not, I would like to open it up to the task force for any questions. Member Nee.
Mr. Hartz, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you saying that if something is, if a public comment such as yours, or a summary of a public comment such as yours, is put into the minutes as an attachment rather than in the in the body of the minutes, the text minutes, you're saying that an attachment is not part of the public record? That's what I thought I heard you say during your comments.
I'm saying that is true in several cases. Number one is it is treated like a footnote. And I think most of us who read know that if you get to a footnote in a book, whether it's history or any other subject, you don't necessarily go to that page and look at the footnote. And as a result, the footnote is not included in the process of deliberating the minutes as a whole. In other words, if I'm talking about a specific agenda item, then that comment around that agenda item should be there in place so that the actual discussion of the agenda item and my comments about the discussion are adjacent to one another, and people will understand it. Now, the city attorney said, well, most intelligent people won't have a hard time going to find it, but many intelligent people don't necessarily go read all the footnotes. So there is a good possibility in my mind that there would be people who would see a little one or whatever the reference they put in and not go read it.
But is that actually preventing somebody from seeing the summary? Is that actually
no?
Is that actually barring that from public disclosure?
Okay. Here is, I'll give you an analogy which has recently been at the Library Commission. The Library Commission denied access to use of the audio-visual equipment and said, oh, we've very generously said that if Mr. Hartz or other members of the public want to produce at their own cost handouts to be included and left at the back of the room, we will allow them to do that. So basically what they're saying is, oh, we're going to put it somewhere else. But why did they put it somewhere else? I think you're asking the question to the wrong person. Why are they so insistent that it be an attachment? What is the compelling state interest that allows them to take my constitutionally protected political free speech and stick it for somewhere else without giving any justification whatsoever, except we didn't approve it?
Okay, what's the compelling state interest for including it in the text rather than as
free
attachment?
Speech?
Have your remarks as an attachment? Have your remarks, have your comments been in any way edited or abridged? Have the remarks
numerous times?
The actual content of your summary?
Yes. Why do you think I started submitting the 150-word summaries? Why do you think I fought through six times coming before this task force?
Mr. Hartz, what I'm asking you is, have your actual 150-word summaries been abridged?
No. But they handle it in every different way. Sometimes they put it in and don't comment. Sometimes they put an item in there and then they put down what they say it says, and they contradict each other. So yes, they have abridged it by saying, well, despite the fact that Mr. Hartz has submitted the following statement saying what he said, we're telling you that he said something else. So yes, they have been abridged and continue to be abridged, in particular by the Library Commission.
May I follow up on that point? Mr. Hartz, let me start off by saying that I, too, enjoy Frank Herbert's axioms of Dune almost as much as Mr. Zittrain's lexical semantics, which we've been hearing for a couple of sessions here. I remember you, Mr. Hartz, saying in one of those 6 cases about the difficulty of finding that footnote, because not all the documents are PDF linked online, such that if you're going online and you see that one, sometimes you can't, that link will not take you there. I do remember some discussion of that. And I think the real basis here, I mean, we've heard this case many times before. I think it's contextual. That's a key word here. Taking those words out of context at the end with words contradicting what those 150 words clearly state is an issue. We've ruled on this many times over. I'm inclined at this point to also go for 6734, pushes all the way up to the ethics, and, you know, if they don't take notice of us, they don't take notice of us. But how much more clearly can we state this? This is clearly an issue. This is more the spirit of the law than the letter of the law. That's kind of how I see this. But that's how I feel about this.
Member Sims?
I guess, I think this is kind of a complex issue because we are essentially somehow rehashing old arguments that have previously been made regarding whether it should be included in the body or is it okay to be an attachment. I feel like we have, at least as a task force, come to the conclusion based upon previous orders of determination that that this task force, as comprised here today, and maybe different whenever whoever is reappointed or whatever, that we have stated that it should be included in the body immediately following the section where it occurred. I think that's more precise, where it occurred in the minutes versus at the end. So I think that's not really an arguable point here. It's maybe something we should be arguing at this point. I think what maybe we should be arguing and going and delving into more is whether the city attorney Herrera is violating essentially the Sunshine Ordinance by not enforcing that ruling by us. And I think that's the question. And can you come up here, Mr. Sorry, what's your last name?
Zittrain.
Zittrain, it may take a while.
So let me explain you what I see is Mr. Hart's argument. His argument, and his legal argument, is this: that under 67.30 C, it says the task force shall advise the Board of Supervisors and provide information to other city departments, which includes the city attorney's office, on appropriate ways in which to implement this chapter, which is the Sunshine Ordinance. The task force should develop appropriate goals to ensure practical and timely implementation of this chapter. The task force shall propose all this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So essentially, the task force duties are to decide and interpret for the bodies in the county of San Francisco what it means. Now, the city attorney has, I guess, two dual roles. Like, their role is, in many ways, to advise and consult the bodies, which is, I also feel, a constitutionally protected attorney-client relationship. But it also states, when it comes to responsibilities for administration under Section 67.31, that is, say the mayor shall administer and coordinate the implementation of the provisions of this chapter for departments under his or her control. And then it goes on that elected officers shall administer and coordinate the implementation of the provision of this chapter for departments under their respective control. So I think basically what Mr. Hartz's argument boils down to is that it isn't up, that it's not an argument whether included or not included is an addendum item or is in the body. That the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, who's the body which governs and interprets the Sunshine, the only body which actually is in writing in the Sunshine Ordinance Sunshine Ordinance, is the only body that right is given to, not the city attorney. And that because we've ruled consecutively so many times that essentially the city attorney's opinion is incorrect, that they should be on notice that they should change their opinion and follow ours. Now, the argument then goes is, does the city attorney, I think the real crux of this comes down to, does the city attorney have to follow our precedent and our orders and change their legal opinion to the city departments and bodies? So I think maybe that's where we should argue and discuss and debate.
I wanted to ask Victor, just to correct you, we did not do orders of determination, and if you can remind me, in the previous cases of Mr. Hartz, did we rule each time that they should be, that his 150 summaries should be included in the body each single time, or was that the previous task force?
I included one set of I included one order of determination in today's packet. I do not know of any previous one personally, but I could research that.
Okay, I was just curious. Member Washburn.
This particular configuration of the task force has reached the same conclusion a couple of times in my memory.
Okay.
We have. Yeah.
Okay.
And I just wanted to say that I really thank Member Sims for his analysis. I think I strongly urge us not to rethink the 6 decisions that we've made. And the issue is the very interesting one brought up was 67.30.
Yeah.
And what we're tasked to do by the law, which is interpret what this means and ensure that it's implemented properly. And what does that mean, though, vis-a-vis the city attorney? Right now, I'm not inclined to go as far as Member Highland and look at this as a matter of willful violation.
Unfortunately,
because I don't know the motive.
But aren't we
I can't read the motivation. I just know what I'm hearing and seeing. I'm sorry.
If Mr. Hartz had put 6730 on the complaint, then maybe we could act on that. But all that we're discussing is 6734. Am I incorrect?
No. I think we're discussing 67. I'm sorry. I think we're discussing 67.34. Like for sure.
What I mean is
whether it was a willful violation or not a willful violation of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I think that is what we're ruling on or not.
Yes. So that's what I think Member Highland was saying for this particular issue, because when you get to number 3, it's a different one. So, see, it's 6721. So for this, Member Highland's correct that Mr. Hart's issue is 6734, willful violation. So when we look at that particular issue for this case, then we need to stick to that right now. Member Pilpel.
I'm good with Mr. Zittrain for the moment. To Mr. Hartz, the particular language that I think is perhaps at issue, 67.34, that's your allegation in this particular complaint, the willful failure of any elected official, department head, or other managerial city employee to discharge any duties posed by the Sunshine Ordinance, the Brown Act, or the Public Records Act shall be deemed official misconduct?
Yes.
Can you tell me what specific duty imposed by the Ordinance, Brown Act, or Public Records Act, you're alleging the department head, Dennis Herrera, and elected official Dennis Herrera to have willfully failed to discharge?
Sure.
Tell me.
Basically, it is the fact that the city attorney's own representatives have repeatedly and continuously said it is their responsibility to advise the boards and commissions about the law and how they handle certain issues at the commission meetings, et cetera. And right now, we have a situation where the Library Commission, the Police Commission, the Ethics Commission, this body, and the Arts Commission have all started to place the 150-word summary in the body of the minutes, while the Board of Supervisors has said they won't do it. Now, is it legal? Don't interrupt my answer before I give it, please.
No, you're not answering my question.
Yes, I am, Mr. Pilpel.
No, you're not. My question was what specific
Chair,
duty...
I would appeal to the chair to allow me to finish my answer before he interrupts
You don't have the opportunity
it.
to appeal the decision of the chair. Only a member of the body can. So my question to you was what specific duty imposed by the ordinance or the two acts are you alleging that the individual...
Seeing that all the city bodies follow the same set of rules. You can't have a sunshine ordinance where one body does it one way and 6 other bodies do it 6 other ways without the city attorney failing to do his duty.
What duty is that? Under the ordinance
To
or the
protect
act?
the First Amendment rights of the citizens of San Francisco. He has a constitutionally sworn duty to do that.
No. That's not a duty imposed by the ordinance or the two acts.
Is this an argument between me and him, or is
I'm
this a
asking
hearing?
you a question, and you're not answering my question. If you'd
Yes.
like to
I answered the question.
Okay.
So if that's his answer...
It's his duty to enforce the law and to do it equitably, not to tell 6 bodies they can do it one way and 6 other bodies they can do it another way, and that one's legal and the other's legal too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You've tried to answer.
I was going to say, I think, Mr. Pilpel, that I think that maybe his answer he should have given would be that, like I said, the duty comes under 67.31, that they have the responsibility for the administration under the policy implementation section of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. That's where that duty comes, that they're alleged to have violated.
And I would, if we're going to have a short colloquy, I would say that the duty imposed regarding where the 150-word summary is included in the minutes is a duty that falls to each policy body. They can be advised by the city attorney. They can be advised by the member of the public. They can be advised by whoever they want to be advised by. But it's ultimately the policy body's call about what's in their minutes and where it is and how it reads.
And I agree, but the problem is when you have elected officers shall administer and coordinate the implementation of the provision of the chapter for departments under their respective control. The question is, when it comes to questions of legal matters, whether the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is applicable, is that a department under the control of a city attorney?
And again, I would say that that provision was written and can be interpreted to mean that the district attorney is responsible for their obligations under the ordinance with respect to their department, just as the assessor recorder and the treasurer tax collector are similarly responsible as a department head. It's more to the question of a department head. The functions of the city attorney are delineated elsewhere in the ordinance with particular issues such as the supervisor of records, the 21I requirements, et cetera, and in my view, shouldn't be read in conflict with 6.102 of the Charter, which grants specific powers and assigns specific duties to the city attorney as the head legal advisor in the city.
Yeah.
So I guess I read that as being a department head function more than a specific implementation function with regard to the Sunshine Ordinance, such as the duty imposed on the clerk of the board to provide a staff member to us, the city administrator's responsibility for coordinating the index of records, other powers and duties that are apportioned under the ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to invite if there's no more comments from any of the members in the task force, I'd like to invite the respondent up for any rebuttals or conclusion. Tell me your name one more time. I'll get it this time.
Zitrin.
I'm going to hand around a card after this.
Zitrin?
Zitrin, yes.
Got it. Oh, I've got it now.
I do want to take a little bit of time to address the issue that Mr. Sims raised because it is an important one.
So you have 3 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I'm going to take very few of them.
Okay.
But yes, there may be an apparent conflict between the charter of the city, which lays out that the city attorney shall be one who counsels city bodies on municipal law, and the ordinance, which assigns this, which may conflict with that in assigning that role to this task force. But if there is an apparent conflict between the charter and between a statute, the charter controls. And, okay, moving on. Again, I want to just return to the two specific, actually, I guess we're doing one specific provision of the statute that we're alleged to have violated, and I take it we're moving on in a moment to the other one. But just looking at 67.21 for a moment, so we want to reiterate there is no, as far as denying access to the public, as far as denying access to information, or rather access to information and to the democratic process. And I simply don't see what information is at stake and who is being denied access to it. There are people who are making public comment. They are free to, as you know, to submit their own 150-word summary to reflect their own opinion of what it was that they said and the points that they made. As far as people who read the minutes, they too have access to that information. So looking at the language of 67.21, I just don't see how the city attorney can be said to have violated it through, and we understand that this is through actions as they relate to other boards and commissions. I do take Mr. Pilpel's point that there are a number of different ways in which different departments have handled this or different commissions have handled this. And a big part of that is, yes, given that there is that discretion, we're not counseling anyone that they are forbidden from doing things exactly as Mr. Hart suggests. But this is something that has been left up to departments. They're doing it their way, and they're doing it in a way that permits access to information and participation in the democratic process to public comment makers, as is laid down in 67.21. For that reason, I ask that you find that the City Attorney's Office has not violated the Sunshine Ordinance in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hartz, do you have any comments, final comments?
Members of the task force, the First Amendment has several parts, which are all in the same amendment, I believe, for the one particular reason. First is freedom of speech. Second is freedom of association. Third is the right to petition the government for redress of grievances. And I would tell you right now that what I'm arguing here is my right to do all of those. And my right to have it appear. Now, the deputy city attorney wants you to believe that this is an issue relating to public records. Well, obviously, if I'm going to make intelligent public comment, I will need access to public records to do so, and denying me those records or limiting my access to them actually affects my First Amendment rights to free speech. Also, taking my comments, which are related to the particular issues involved, out of the body of the minutes, where some of the citizens cannot see them or will not see them, actually skews the argument in the favor of the body, because it denies access to the members of the public to my and other citizens' input, where we definitely acknowledge wrongdoing in some cases. I will give you the perfect example. For 2 years, Luis Herrera, the city librarian, denied me access to documents which he knew were disclosable under the Brown Act, the California Public Records Act, and the Sunshine Ordinance, because they incriminated him in filing false statements of economic interest for years when he was getting thousands of dollars from the Friends of the Public Library and claiming on his SCUs under penalty of perjury that he got nothing. He has used this argument with the support, tacit though it may be, of the city attorney's office to prevent me from having access to having my 150-word summaries in the minutes. Then he's directed the clerk of the Library Commission to put in her own interpretation, which in many cases differs from what I say in my statement. saying that I said something that I didn't say or misrepresenting what I said. That leads the other members of the public who read those minutes to be deceived. Now, the bottom line, this is all constitutionally protected free speech, and it's all interrelated. It isn't a little piece over here, a little piece over there. And the city attorney has willfully simply remained silent, letting this legal memo float out there, which has allowed certain city bodies to ignore the rulings of this task force and the law as it is plainly read. It says in the minutes, and you have ruled 6 times that in the minutes means in the body. Stick to your guns.
At this time, I'd like to know if there's a motion to find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Or discuss. Can we, I guess, discuss for a little bit before we.
Sure.
I don't know if I see a willful violation here, because I think there is some confusion regarding what rights and duties the city attorney has as their ability as counsel to certain city departments, and when we make certain rulings, what leeway they have in either following or enforcing our rulings. So I think there is some maybe discussion we need to have, for at least for me, regarding that. I at least don't see a willful violation here. I do think that 67.21I is maybe a stronger case, just because, even though we're not discussing that right now, but
Yeah, so that's going to
Yeah.
be, that's what he's, Mr. Hart's, violation for item number 3.
Yeah.
So if we were to stick to item number 2 right now,
Yeah.
if there's a motion about
Separate 'em.
67.34,
Yeah.
then we can move forward, or there's no violation.
well, I thought we
Yeah.
should discuss regarding 67.
But knowing that the next one is 67.21I.
Yeah.
And it is the same issue, so just knowing that. Member Highland.
Maybe I'm having trouble reading the 2 different complaints, but I mean, looking at, all right, complaints 58 and 61 taken together, I guess we have to go down to the actual, so 58, what were the actual provisions that were?
He's allegedly, Mr. Hartz is saying that the Office of the City Attorney allegedly violated Sunshine Ordinance 67.34, which is a willful violation. When you go down, which we will hear next, item number 3, 67.21, it is the same case, but the issue is, I'm sorry, 13061, item number 3, it's about 67.21I there. That is what he is alleging the difference.
Okay, I mean, I'm reading.
So, do you see on number 2 versus number 3?
I see them in both. I see 21I and 6734. Yep. In both. Are you not seeing that too?
No.
34 is.
In file number 13058,
Right.
complaint,
Page 9 of our packet.
Okay.
and you can see,
Yeah, and he requested to keep these separate.
Yeah. All right, so in
Attorney-
58, we're only looking at 6734.
.34, yes.
Okay.
That's my, is that your understanding too, Attorney Nick?
That's exactly my understanding as well.
Yes.
I just put all relevant, what I saw to be relevant code
Yeah.
provisions
Underneath.
included in the memo.
Got it.
So,
Got it.
But it is
All right, I see
67.34
it
for
now.
item number 2.
yeah, for the purposes of this complaint, it's only, the complainant wanted there to be 2 separate hearings, so the only allegation that he makes in this hearing is that 67.34 has been violated, but in order for there to be a violation of that, it would be a willful violation of what other provisions. So I think it'd be hard to not factor in any other provisions that you think there would have been potential violations for, and whether or not it was done so willfully.
Got it, okay,
So
understood.
just to leap ahead, if we go to case number 3, and rule on there was a violation of 6721I, would we then, by implication, be including that in 2? I'm just, it's a circular argument.
It depends if a motion is.
Based on what the city attorney just said, we could find that in order to lead up to 6734, if we wanted to. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, is there a motion to find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance at this time? For item number 2, regarding 67.34. Member Washburn?
I'm still thinking, but.
Okay.
So for 13058, the complainant is just alleging a violation of 6734. Now, in the past, we add provisions that we think were violated, even if the complainant didn't mention them. So.
I would be inclined to include 6721I, but possibly vote no on 6734.
I'm thinking the same way. Well, I'm thinking a violation of, 67.16 is, I don't know if the city attorney's office directly violated that. That would be a department, a Board of Commissions minutes. So, but yeah, 67.21I.
I'm still a little troubled, though. Let's say we dance around 6734, and it's not willful, fine. But how many commissions, how many other departments of the city have we seen walk in here and say, the city attorney's office told us this or that? And they're going to continue to do that ad infinitum.
But I think in the past when we found willful, it's like the city attorney has told them that. We told them, no, the city attorney's wrong. They come to education, outreach, and training or whatever. They continue to violate it. Then they come back and we're like, no, you're willful. And I think that's kind of how it's happened and done it in the past.
I'm encouraged that several departments are following our advice on this. That's good. But then again, I think it's important, as perhaps our last term here, sitting term here, to send a strong message saying that when we determine things 6 times, we expect to be, that to be taken seriously and not put out advice, legal or otherwise, contradicting that. So that's the part that troubles me. And I'd like to send a strongest message as possible and give the city attorney's office the time and the wiggle room, although you can argue after 6 times how many more times they need to get it right as we see the Sunshine Ordinance. That's what I'm struggling with. And if there's an elegant way of doing that, I'm all for that.
Were you trying, Member Oka?
Yes. Actually, I'd like to know, because we have heard this repeatedly, what is the definition of willful? And if you look willful up in the dictionary, and I'm paraphrasing, it's knowingly and purposefully doing something. Whatever it is, willful means you know what you're doing and how you're doing it, and there can be no mistake of your intent of what you're doing. That's my definition. And I don't understand why we're even hearing this again. We should have sent this straight to ethics and let them deal with it. And if they didn't do their job, then we have to do something else.
Thank you. Member Nee?
Yeah, I want to coattail onto something that Member Highland said, and it was also brought up by a member of the public during item 1 regarding whether some of us will be here or not be here beyond this meeting. I have been in touch with the office of Supervisor Norman Yee, who chairs the Rules Committee, and I received a very prompt response that the process of choosing task force members for the next term will begin either April 17th or May 1st. Right now they're reviewing the applications, and they'll make a decision as to which date they want to pursue this. So it is possible that we'll be here for one more meeting or maybe more. There's a lot remains to be seen, let's put it that way.
Great. No more comments? Then I would like to, I'll ask again. Member Washburn.
I wanted to mull over this some more because I said I was inclined to not vote for 6734, but a plain English understanding of willful, my understanding jives with what Member Oka said. And, listening to what Mr. Citron said, the city attorney's position was that it was kind of optional where the summary went. It could go in the body, that would be in the body as we have insisted, or could go at the end. It's up to the city department. If it doesn't matter that much to them, I'm baffled as to why they don't just follow what we've recommended as the experts on this after all these hearings and all this deliberation. So
I agree. I mean, each individual department still has to do the work of putting that summary in the minutes somewhere. So why not put it where we recommended? Why not put it where 6 other departments are putting it?
Right. The only thing I could see, the argument that the city attorney's office is making is that interspersing the speaker's summaries in the body of the minutes can make for a disjointed, less coherent, and more difficult reading of the official record.
That's how the record happened, though.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think that that's a reason enough to say, oh, if you want to tack it on at the end as an addendum, that's fine. Because otherwise it's just going to be make for messy minutes. And
I have a motion.
So,
well, 1 second, there's some comments still. Member Nee?
A couple of things. Regarding Mr. Zitron's comment that the charter supersedes the ordinance, that is true to a degree. The charter supersedes the ordinance as long as it does not also conflict with the Brown Act or the California Public Records Act. That's the first thing. Second of all, there's something that Mr. Hart said during his rebuttal that I find quite compelling, and that is that it is possible for if the city or if an agency or a commission is going to put its own interpretation of a speaker's remarks in the body of the minutes, and then put a footnote to the summary, attach an attachment or an electronic link or something like that. The summary that is offered by the agency, by the minutes keeper, if you will, and the summary offered by the speaker might differ markedly. In other words, by design or by accident, the city could, the commission clerk or secretary could misconstrue what the speaker said and then stick a footnote, but somebody says, oh, well, here's a summary of what the speaker said, that's good enough for me, when that summary is not correct. That creates problems. So I am inclined to go along with the motion for violation of 67.21I. Whether that's if that's going to be willful, I think that would I would be more comfortable with a separate motion on that if somebody's going to make one. But I would move to find violation of section 67.21I.
Second.
So my confusion is that we're going to have this exact same conversation on item 67.21I on item number 3, at which time you could put 67.30. You can do whatever you want. But right now, if we were to stick to what we have right here, I mean, you can, but it's the same thing. So that's a
We should have
question.
almost taken 3 first, in retrospect, in a way.
Well, we're going to do that. Member Pilpel, and then I want to really try to get to this so that we can get to public comment, too.
I do want to hear public comment. I think, given that a motion was made and seconded, and that we previously decided that we're going to hear 2 and 3 separate, and since 21I is the subject of item 3, which we have not heard yet, I think you as the chair need to rule whether the motion is in order. And if you rule that it's not in order, then someone can appeal from the decision of the chair. But you need to make a ruling as to whether the motion that's made and before us is in order. I think that's the next thing.
Which is my concern, that on this particular motion, I don't see what, I understand what you were saying, that you put in all the pertinent, like 67.21 that go along with 67.34. But for this issue, I do find that it is a point of order that this is not correct, that we need to go to the next item, item number 3, where we are addressing that issue. So the point of order is, why would we do this right now and voting on 67.21 when we're going to do that item number 3?
Member Washburn said, we have included other provisions of violations.
Which we can do in item number 3.
No.
So you're going to.
I'm saying we as a body can include other violations that we see, not just what the public brings to us.
Understood.
So perhaps the maker of the motion would amend his motion to say, in finding a violation of 6721I and also 6734, we can vote on that, and then we can look at 6721I and 34 separately in the next case, perhaps.
Vice Chair Fisher.
I see what you're saying on that, Member Highland. I think this is, at least in the 2 years I've been here, the most unique meeting we've ever had, where we have pretty much the same issue like 6 times with all different violations and things salted and peppered all over the place. So I think what we should do is, since it was Mr. Hartz himself who said he wanted to keep these separate when we offered to combine them, let's vote on this one, or not vote on this one, or not have a motion on this one, and then move to item 3.
So,
again, I would ask you to rule on the motion, whether it's in order, and then we'll proceed from there.
Or the maker of the motion can change the motion.
Well, I can decide, right? Yeah, if this is in order. And to me, it does feel that it is out of order. So I'd like to rule that this is out of order, and then move to public comment, and then come back to item number 3.
Or we could propose another motion at this point. I mean,
My point is, though, that we are going to, do you know what I'm saying? So that since we are coming, because I want to move
yes,
forward,
but
because we're going to get
I guess the point I'm making, I think Member Nee's making too, is for the record, I think we should be consistent, as to what, I mean, we may change our minds in an hour, I don't know, but
you will have voted, and then this will be an order of determination, and then you're going to do another order of determination when we could have really have done a summation with item number. That's how I see it. So that's kind of how, and I might be mistaken. I'd love to hear your comments, but I'm almost inclined now, because I do need to get to public comment on issues not on the agenda, because we're getting a little bit out of time. But I'd love to hear from Member Nee, and then I'd like to get to public comment.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would call the task force's attention to the city attorney's summary, particularly page 2 of our packet. Applicable statutory sections, 67.16, 67.21I, 67.34. Charter section 6.102.4. 67.21I is, according to the city attorney's analysis, possibly in the ballgame here.
So there is a motion, and it was.
Now you have ruled my motion out of order.
Was it your motion?
That's correct.
Okay.
Why didn't you amend it?
Or propose a new one?
Hold on, one sec.
I'd like to propose a new motion.
hold on one second, because I ruled that that was out of order. Listening to what you said, I do understand that these are the applicable items that can be included in that. Can you repeat your motion?
Move to find violation of section 67.21I.
And was that second? Okay.
Well, can I?
So I really need to get to the next. We can hold this, go to public comment, and come back to this. But we're going to be going through this with 5 more of these exact same items. So I don't want to get on each one and each one decide, a separate thing, because it really is good from, in my opinion.
I don't see why we can't do public comment after we finish this item.
Well, I want to try to get to it because we do say that is that close to 5 and as close to 5 as possible.
May I quickly? I think there's also another option. If you find violations that you may potentially find in the next case, there's also the option of discussing with complainant whether or not that next case is moot. Just a suggestion.
Okay. Member Washburn? Yes, speak on the mic.
I think that we should determine right now whether we want to make a motion on this item. And what makes sense to me, although I'm willing to be flexible here, is to find violations of 67.21I and 67.34 for this case.
There's a separate motion on the table right now, so that would require Member Nee, who made the original motion, to amend it, correct?
Oh, I thought you found that one out of order.
I'm sorry. I found that word. I'm sorry. Yes. So if you want to make a new motion.
So are you keeping that ruling then? That's the motion. My original motion is out of order.
67.21. I'm going to say that it's out of order, and if there is a new motion, I'm going to take that.
Move to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay.
I think you can change your mind, is what he's saying, if you want to, on 6721I. Is that what I'm understanding?
You're just ruling on 67.21I.
That's correct.
Okay. You know what?
I'm going to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to rescind what I said. I'd like to vote on this motion, and then I'd like to move forward. So,
Hold on.
have I had?
Hold on. We need to
Yes.
think about this.
Because I'm going to take his.
I think we need.
Where you're thinking, I was just going to say, I think if we do rule for 6721I, I think that's fine, that is in our purview probably to do it. However, if one of the two parties in the item number 3 still want to continue, they're more than welcome to continue. And we can do it and just solve that case in the normal course of our proceedings. I would say I would be in favor of 67.21I. I do believe that it wasn't willful, however, that they have violated because they at least knew that this was our rulings, that it should be referred to, I don't know, education outreach or training or something like that, and then it should go to a committee. It should go to that body, so that then that body can then tell the city attorney, you can still give your opinion. However, with that opinion, you also need to say the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has ruled previously that if it's not included, that you are in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And that's just, no offense, that's just being a good lawyer by the city attorney's office and giving your client the best and most obvious knowledge so that they don't violate the law. So I think that would be absolutely fine for us to do in that committee or another committee of this task force. And then if then they choose not to do that, then I think we can then revisit, Mr. Hartz can revisit 67.34 in another case when they give advice that is contrary to what we feel that is our rulings.
Chair Grant, just to make sure I get this right, through the chair to Deputy City Attorney Kola, do we not have to address what's in front of us, which is 6734? And if the answer to that is yes, can we separate these motions? I vote on 6721I and then also have a separate motion on 6734 and therefore address what the complainant is asking us to look at. Would that be a fair way of addressing this? In other words, can we just have a motion on 6721I and then have a vote on that, and in this case it's closed? That doesn't seem appropriate to me. I think we still have to address
67.34.
in some shape or fashion. So what I think we should do is separate those two, have a vote on both, and I appreciate your guidance on that.
Procedurally, I see no reason why you can't entertain two separate motions.
Okay.
And I think you should address any ordinance provision that you think is relevant. So.
But can't we just put it, you can just put it in one.
Can we only address 6721I? But in doing so, I mean, that is the basis of 6734, but have we actually addressed 6734 willful? I don't think we have. Maybe I'm not being clear here, but I just want to make sure that
So you know what I'm going to do? Because I think there's still a lot of conversation, and I do want to get to this next issue. So do you have a question about it? And
What were you intending to do? And then I'll say...
I'm intending to hold this. We come back to what the vote is after we do public comment, because we're going to keep going into that. So that's what I want to do.
Okay, then let me just say we've got a lot of things that are out there right this moment. I think when we take item 4 is sort of the least of our worries right now. I'm bearing,
Item 3,
4,
right?
general public comment. We still have to take public comment on item 2. We've got a lot of things stacked up, okay? There was a motion made, there was a ruling of the chair, there was an appeal of the ruling of the chair. We haven't disposed of that matter.
Yes, we have. The
I
chair.
did.
The chair rescinded her ruling.
Yes. I rescinded that, and then we were going to go into a new amended ruling. That's correct,
So what I was saying
Hold
is
on.
after we vote on 6721I, do we then have a separate one on 6734 or not? That was my discussion.
I'm struggling with, under Robert's rules, whether the chair can rescind a ruling when an appeal has been made, or if that appeal has to be decided, and that's a priority motion in deference to the main motion. I'm struggling with where we are procedurally.
Okay, but I think that since I chose the same way when people rescind a motion or a vote after hearing some discussion,
Okay.
I think it's the same issue that I just did that as the chair. So at this time, what I want to do, I want to end this conversation right now because I think there's a lot of thoughts about this, and I want to continue, and I want to go to public comment and come back to where we are on this.
So we're going to public comment on the motion.
General
on the floor.
public comment. We need to go to general public comment because it's getting a little bit late, and I don't want to keep that and then come back to this. Because
Madam Chair, then what I would rather do, with all respect, is to hear public comment on the motion that's before us, if we are on the motion, and depending on where that public comment leads us, to either act on the motion that's before us.
we don't have a
now.
motion on the floor yet.
I believe
we do.
Did you guys redo it?
67.21I is on the floor.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
And again, depending on where that public comment gets us, to either act on that motion or consider other options, including postponing this until we've heard item 3,
Okay.
et cetera.
That's-
and then we deal
that's
with
fair.
general public comment under item 4.
Got it. Sir, can you please sit one moment and let us finish this one discussion, and then we will come to public comment.
You're going to
General
come to public comment on item 2. You've been
Yes.
arguing about this for 15 minutes.
General public comment, yes. Public comment on item 2, I'm sorry, yes.
So when are you taking public comment on item 2? Right now?
Right now.
Very shortly.
Me?
Are you wanting to do public comment on 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. I thought you were...
That's why I've been standing here 15 minutes.
Got it. Go ahead.
We are going to do public comment on item number 2 at this time. On the motion. To find violation of Sunshine Section 67.21I.
No, I believe the maker of the motion, Ms. Washburn, said 6721I and 34.
No, that was never a motion.
That was never... It
wasn't it was not seconded.
67.21I. only.
So, speaking in support of the motion on the floor, just to go after 67.21I, I'm Patrick Manetzo. I'm here on my own time using my First Amendment rights. Deputy City Attorney Citrin is absolutely false. He just testified to you that whenever there's a conflict between the Sunshine Ordinance and the Charter trumps the ordinance. You must surely know of Mr. Alan Grossman's case languishing in the appeals court. Mr. Grossman's lawyer, Michael Eng, says that the two documents can be read in perfect harmony with one another. And the appeals court has not ruled on that matter. So for Mr. Citrin to come in here and spout what we've been hearing out of Mr. Herrera, that would be Dennis Herrera, all these many months, you need to ignore what he just said about whether or not it trumps, the charter trumps the ordinance. You need to ignore that while you rule. If you doubt me, go to my website, www.stoplhdownsize.com, all one word, and you can read my thorough analysis of over 200 pages in Mr. Grossman's case. I've been reading those legal documents with great interest because Deputy City Attorney Shen has been spouting nonsense in the appellate court. You all know, presumably, this far into your terms as members of this fine, august body, that there's a provision in the Sunshine Ordinance that says quite clearly the city attorney's office is not to give city departments any advice whatsoever on how to evade compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance. You have no alternative other than to unanimously rule in Mr. Hartz's favor tonight on 67.21. And going to to Member Oka's observation of the Webster's Dictionary of willful, for Mr. Citrin to walk in here and willfully tell you that the ordinance always trumps, the charter always trumps the Sunshine Ordinance is willful, just as much as Mr. Dennis Herrera's advice to various city departments that they can just stick the 150-word comments anywhere they want. It can be out there on the internet. It could be at the tail end of an appendix. And I wholeheartedly disagree with the concept that the city attorney has told city departments that by putting the 150-word comments right where they appear during the meeting is disruptive to readers. It's not. Putting them at the end or elsewhere is disruptive to the readers.
Thank you very much. Is there any more public comment on item number 2?
Yeah, thank you.
The
Thomas Piccarello. I'm speaking in opposition to the motion for a lot of reasons. Number one, the matter's not in front of you on agenda item number 2. Task Force Member Nee mentions the memorandum supplied by the city attorney, but the memorandum addresses agenda item number 2 and item number 3. Item number 3 is when 6721 should be addressed, and not agenda item number 2. So I strongly urge you not to make any finding on 6721 on item agenda number 2, since it's not in front of you. It's not fair for a respondent if the allegation of the complaint is 6734 and he responds to that with either testimony or documents, and then you make a motion after he presents or she presents and you bring another charge, how would the respondent then be given due process to address the issues that you're now addressing in this motion? You have previously ruled where the minutes should go in the body of the minutes. But you overlook the fact that this issue has been addressed by the Ethics Commission, which is comprised of 80% lawyers, and they disagree with you. So it's not only the city attorney that disagrees with you as to where public comment belongs in the minutes. It's the Ethics Commission that overruled your decision against the Library Commission that Mr. Hart's First Amendment rights are not being abridged if they're supplied as an attachment rather than in the body of the minutes. So I urge you to reject the motion on 6721 because it's not in front of you on item agenda number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment on this issue at hand regarding motion?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm not a party to this and am not as fully prepared on this as I wish.
Sir, can you? Thank you. Mr. Warfield, continue, please.
But I am a little bit concerned. You certainly have in the past, as Member Washburn said, have added issues and clauses that you have found in violation, including things like they didn't send a representative. That wasn't on the agenda at other times, and you've added it. So I wanted to say that the member who recommended 67.31 is well within my experience of the rights of the members to add concerns when they observe them and not just stick to what the member of the public has said they found in violation. I do think that the member that Mr. Hartz has split this into 2 parts, and I would certainly support 67.21I, but I would certainly like to hear the 2 sides discussing 67.21I so that the complainant certainly can have a full hearing on that issue and that concern. And what we did here today is 67.34. I certainly expect to make public comment if you make no motion on 67.34. If you're restricting comment now on your motion, I want to have a chance to comment on the whole discussion, including 67.34, which I think certainly should be found as a violation. In brief terms, as some of the members have wisely pointed out, whether and how bad it is to separate public comment, I could tell you stories to curl your hair, for those of us who still have a few left, or more than a few. Thank you for the reminder. But just sticking to what at least 2 of the members have said, you've already decided multiple times that there have been multiple violations as Mr. Hartz has presented. Your decision on this item is whether the city attorney continues willfully to advise people that they can basically ignore what you say. And as I believe Member Highland said, if you do that, you might as well just go home and have meetings in front of a tape recorder. You should find the city attorney in violation because the city attorney has ignored 6 times your recommendation and doesn't tell the departments properly what you, who are the proper interpreters, what you say.
Thank you very much. Is there any more public comment on this issue? If not, I'm going to close public comment. Did you have something, Member Pilpel?
Can we just be clear, was that public comment on the motion, or was that public on item 2?
On the motion that is at hand
So
right
we
now.
may take further public comment on the substance of item 2?
Yeah, I want to take a vote on item number 2. On the motion.
I was going to, based in part on the public comment that we just heard, and I actually agree with Mr. Piccarello, and I think perhaps Mr. Warfield for whatever reason. I would like to continue the motion that's before us until we've heard item 3. I think we can dispose of it at that time, however we dispose of it, but I would like to hear the substance of the argument as to 67.21I, which we have not heard because item 3 is not yet before us. So I'd like to...
Motion on the floor.
So I am moving to continue that motion.
The vote to the motion.
Until after we've
Heard number three,
heard
item number three.
And I'm sure it'll intersperse with the discussion there too. So
Is
it
there any
doesn't
more
go away, it
conversation?
just gets put on the shelf for a short period of time.
I second that. I second
Is that a
that.
motion?
But I don't think it's a motion, I just think.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
just agreeing. Oh, okay. 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 Then I definitely am in agreement of that. Member Washburn, did you have something?
No, that would be fine with me.
Okay, great. So let's continue this until after we do public comment and after we hear item number 3.
Madam Chair,
Member Nee.
are you not? There's been a motion to continue. I haven't heard there's a vote on that. I oppose that motion to continue.
Did you make a motion?
I will make that as a motion, and I believe there was a second. If there's an objection, then I think we take a vote.
Just
Motion on the floor before he.
Can the audience please be silent while the commission discusses this?
While they screw it up.
Member Nee, what you said you had you were opposed to that.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you? So what's your what are you?
My suggestion is we take a vote on Mr. Pilpel's motion.
That's fine.
That's fine. There was not an original. So why don't you make that motion? Can we do, I just want to be clear. We can do that even, 1 second, Member Nee. So we have a motion. So all we're doing is moving to continue that motion till after public comment, after we hear item number 3. Is that possible?
Procedurally, I'm not sure whether or not we can introduce a new motion without
Voting on
dealing first
with the one
original.
at the table.
Let's be
Okay.
clear, under Robert's rules, it's not a new main motion. It's either a privileged motion or I forget what the term is right now. I'm sorry I didn't bring my book with me. It's a procedural motion as to how to handle the main motion, and therefore it takes priority and does not dispose of the main motion. It just deals with the scheduling of it. I believe it was properly made and seconded. If there's an objection, then I think we have further discussion on it, and then we vote on it.
Seems
Okay.
okay. So we have a motion. It's been moved and seconded to see about continuing this item until after we hear public comment and item number 3. Okay. I need to take public comment on this.
Public comment of.
Do I need
think
to?
we need public
Oh,
comment
I'm
for
sorry,
the
sir. I'm sorry, wait, this is
I
a
believe
procedural
that's at
issue.
your discretion.
It's a procedural issue, so I'm not going to take public comment. I'm sorry. Let's take a vote on this.
On the motion to continue the vote on item number 2 until
After public comment.
Continue vote on the motion.
to continue the vote on the motion, Member Nee.
No.
Nee, no. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Highland.
No.
Highland, no. Member Oka.
No.
Oka, no. Member Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. The vote is 5-3.
Great, so it passes
That's right.
procedurally. Okay, so let's go to general can you read the next item on the agenda, please?
Wait a minute.
We'd like to go to general public comment, item number 4.
Hold on 1 second. Yes.
No, we're still on item number 2. And
Well, we just voted to continue.
that motion, but it's possible to make another motion on item number 2, which is what I'd like to do.
I think she's correct.
Okay, so the complainant's main concern with item number 2 was that there was a violation of section 6734. Wanted us to find a willful violation. And I think this deserves some more discussion. And I'm thinking that I was persuaded by Member Oka's reading of the definition and my understanding of the English language. And I would like to move to find a violation of 67.34.
Second.
I'd like to open it up for discussion. Member Pilpel.
I think my intent on my earlier motion was to continue the entire matter until we've heard item 3, so I would, if it wasn't clear enough earlier, I would make that as a motion at this time to continue the rest of the discussion related to item 2 until we've heard item 3, which is not saying anything as to the substance of a 67.34 violation at this time, but I really would like to hear the 67.21I case before we determine how to proceed further on item 2. And so I will make that again as a, whatever the term is, privileged motion.
So Member Washburn, you made that motion. Understanding now what Member Pilpel said, are you in agreement or favor of doing what his intent was?
It was seconded. I
know, but you made it, so I'm going to,
I guess I was confused. I thought you were saying that we were finished with item number 2.
No.
Okay,
no.
all right.
So
okay.
understanding that, did you understand? Would you guys care to withdraw your motion? Because...
Right, so we don't...
It can still actually sort of sit there. I mean, we'll get to it. We'll dispose of it one way or the other at some point. So
yeah, but
I think it's cleaner to withdraw it now.
Yes,
and we can
that's my point.
Okay, I'll withdraw it now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Second withdraws as well.
Okay, so at this time, can you go to the next item on the agenda?
Would you like to go to item number 4, general public comment?
Exactly, it's 10 to 6.
Item number 4, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Great. Mr. I'm sorry,
Patrick.
Monette
Shaw.
Thank you.
Patrick, I'm sorry, Mr.
Thank
Monette
you,
Shaw.
Chair Grant.
You have...
I'm here today on an item that is not on your agenda, which I think this body needs to take immediate, full control of the issue. For well over 10 years, as a member of the public, I have been on the SOTF, Interested Persons, email list. And it appears to me that your ex officio member, Angela Cavill, has stuck her little thumb into your pie. You're in charge of your bylaws, and your meeting procedures, and your administrative procedures. But she has stuck her thumb not only in your pie, but in your eye.
Microphone, please.
And that is because she has unilaterally changed the past practice and has suspended use of an email list to notify members of the public of your meetings. She's wanting to go back to the dark ages of horse and buggies. She wants to rely on U.S. mail, and she expects me to pay for the postage. She expects a day before your meeting to stick a meeting notice into the U.S. mail, which will arrive at my home a day after showing up for a hearing, and you're not here because you didn't have a quorum, and so you didn't meet. For years, I believe it was Chris Rustum and then Angela Osbury, and now Mr. Victor Young, who is clerk of your committee. And as a city employee myself, who has had to send out meeting notices to representatives of bodies and to interested persons who are interested in the goings-on of those bodies, I can damn well tell you that clicking one click to add an extra interested person email list wouldn't take Mr. Victor Young or Andrea or Mr. Rustum more than 2 seconds to do it. So why are you guys sitting here and letting your ex officio member set your policies down there on the second floor when she hasn't set foot in this room, and I can't remember how long? As an ex officio member, I haven't seen her in this room for 2 years, and you're going to allow her to dictate giving up new technology for U.S. postage stamps. This is pathetic. It would be like telling all of the bloated city social media staff, sorry, no more tweets for the twitted. No more Facebook for the facers. No email for members of the public. What is Angela Cavillo thinking? Why would she do that? Unless perhaps Mr. Victor Young complained about having to push one extra button to send out an email. I noticed the timing of the switch in administrators and the timing of the switch in how notices are sent out, and it stinks.
Thank you. Is there Member Pilpel?
Could I just follow up very briefly with
Sure.
Victor? Could you just tell us, has there been a change recently in public notification?
Yes.
You don't know it?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Can you?
Yes. We have notified the members that are on interested parties list that that list will be discontinued. I believe that list discontinuation was going to be April 2nd, but it will be pushed until July of this year as we develop new methods of notifying the public that are automated.
Okay. So for the moment, we're continuing the practice until July. Okay. So maybe if you could make a note that we talked either under the administrator's report or at some other appropriate time about how that process is going to change between now and July prior to an actual change. So nothing has actually been changed yet. So
or maybe we should just put it on the agenda for next.
That's fine. I'm just flagging the item that we can follow up on it.
Yeah.
That's all. Okay.
You can put it in the June meeting, so that before then.
Thank you for calling it to our attention.
You're welcome. It's a shame you didn't know.
We're not all on email. I'm done. Thank you.
Sound like the police department.
Member, I'm sorry, Mr. Hartz.
Members of the task force, Ray Harris, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and I would like to inform you of the fact that I went on vacation. On March the 5th, I flew out of San Francisco International to Fort Lauderdale, and I returned on the 25th of March, which was a Tuesday, from Fort Lauderdale to San Francisco. Now, you say, well, what does that have to do with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force? Well, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force sent a referral on March the 3rd to the Ethics Commission, and contrary to their long, long history of taking literally months to agendize items like that, this one made it on the schedule in 2 days. And if you notice the time, it is the afternoon of the day I left when I was already on the East Coast of the United States. And when is the hearing scheduled? For the 24th of March, the day before I return from the East Coast of the United States. Does anyone see that as being just a really hard to believe coincidence? That the Ethics Commission was able to hear a referral from this task force to which I was one of the parties and do so without my presence. And the most interesting thing was during the entire hearing, which they held on the 24th of March, not one person thought it questionable. Why isn't Mr. Hartz here? Really odd, given that in February, I had gone to the Ethics Commission meeting and had commented on 7 items on the agenda, and the chair saw fit to say, Mr. Hartz, you've talked more than anybody else combined. And yet they didn't have any problem on the 24th holding a hearing without me being present and letting Mr. Luis Herrera come and lie to them. And I use the word lie because it was a lie. He used the same argument that he used here when this was referred to ethics, saying that it would take them $40,000 to let me use the audiovisual equipment, when what he knew as a matter of fact was I had sent him an email with 2 Microsoft PowerPoint slides attached, and all they had to do was incorporate it in their presentation. Now, I have to question why this was sent, since it was 8 months old told why it just happened to get sent on the 3rd of March. And I didn't get a copy. And they reacted within 2 days. What a miracle. And they were able to hold the hearing without me present. And everybody involved wants to say, oh, it's just a big coincidence, Mr. Hartz.
Thank you. Is there any more general public comment?
Yes, I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. The piece that I understand that perhaps was left out from the recitation by Mr. Hartz a moment ago is that certainly your administrator was aware that Mr. Hartz was going to be away on vacation because they were in active discussions about the scheduling of initially 10 of Ray Hartz's complaints at one meeting, and now something else, and I don't know what all went in between. But the key is that presumably at least the party referring this matter to the Ethics Commission knew what Mr. Hartz's schedule was to be. The other previous speaker, Mr. Monet Shaw, is entirely correct. And of course, the only thing one can say about Angela Calvillo's apparently secret change or intention to change the procedures, which certainly was secret to you, apparently, is to make it as difficult as possible for people who are interested parties to get information. It's a lot more work for your administrator to have to photocopy agendas and then stuff them into an envelope and put a stamp on it and address it and send it out, whether it's 3 days or 1 day ahead, as opposed to, hi, could I be on the interested parties list, please? Sure. What's your email address? And that's it. No more work. No more work to add me or take me off than a phone call or an email. Instantaneously, a person is on or off the list, and your administrator has exactly the same effort whether he has 1 or 1,000 people on his list, unlike the mail. Oh, and then he can also spend time figuring out what's the weight going to be, what's the postage going to be, how is he going to handle the payment for the number of pages. Is it 5 cents or 6 cents, which you're entitled to charge a penny a page? Plus first-class postage. If it goes over how many pages, is it going to be another half ounce or ounce? What a wonderful way of frustrating the public that simply wants to know what's going on. Now, maybe she's sticking to the letter of the law, which says you have to give an interested parties list, maintain such a list annually, blah, 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 by mail, which is when the ordinance was written. But the current version of that is email. I think it's outrageous that these unilateral changes are happening. There are also changes to how your administrator is sending requests for a response to a complaint. Library users filed a complaint with the Sunshine Task Force about the controller, and then there went something out about a mediation, and it was a much softer requirement to give an answer in 5 days than what's usually done. These are all apparently being done out of your view, and you need to know about these.
Thank you. Is there any more general public comment on items not on today's agenda?
Hi there. I just want to provide you an update, the way I always do, about the Arts Commission. Nothing really has changed. They continue to do things in their own way in spite of their violations. I filed a couple IDR requests. The few responses I get are just ranting verbiage that is so off topic that it's impossible to even trudge through to see if there's anything relevant.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, not going to interrupt you. Just make it by the respect. Thank you.
Okay.
Continue.
But the IDRs are really, it's enormously time-consuming to read through it. Howard Lazar, the custodian of records, continues to copy everybody, including city attorneys. Why, we don't know, since I'm not filing petitions. So the aspect of what happened at the Education and Outreach, where he's going to provide a schedule and keep track, really has not happened at all. he just willfully continues to violate. It's very frustrating on my part because I'm just a simple person who wants information. And as far as the other violations that they've been found, the minutes, it's still going on, and it's very frustrating on my part to police them. And I wish somebody would step in and take notice of this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just comment on your agenda tonight. If you're backed up 80 or 90 cases, I find it hard to believe that you could only find one complainant on the entire agenda tonight. And it's more disturbing because it's the same issue on all 6 items on the agenda. Where are you going to put the public comment? Are you going to put it in the body of the minutes, or are you going to attach it? One item, one issue, and you're backed up 80 or 90 cases. Now, a cynic, such as myself, could say that you're playing it safe because next month you're going in front of the Board of Supervisors and you don't want to make any enemies. I mean, 2 weeks ago you had one of the supervisors in front of you for violating a sunshine ordinance, and he's not here tonight. So I'm troubled by your agenda. That's point number 1. Point number 2, I did an IDR to a supervisor this week. I won't mention his name. I don't want to embarrass him. But he nor his staff knew what an IDR was. Do I get to respond in 10 days? And I told, he didn't respond after 3 days, so I went to his office and told him, you have a day to tell me you can't give me the records that I'm seeking. So I'm only mentioning that because perhaps maybe your outreach and education committee should be doing more outreach regarding supervisors and their staffs, how the sunshine ordinance operates. And perhaps then you could have less complainants in front of you. And there was a third point, but I fail to recall it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more general public comment? If not, I'm going to close public comment. And I'd like to go to the next item on the agenda.
Madam Chair, could I request a short break, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry. Yes. So we'll take a 10-minute break and come back here at 6:20. Okay.
Hey, Victor?
So, yeah. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Mr. Administrator, can you update us on where we are?
We have just completed public comment. I am about to call item number 3.
Great.
File number 13061, complaint filed by Ray Hartz Jr. against Dennis Herrera, Office of the City Attorney, for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21I by advising city boards and commissions to abridge public comment by posting 150-word summaries of public comment as attachments to meeting minutes rather than including the summaries in the body of the minutes.
Great. Okay, Mr. So both parties accept jurisdiction? Then I'd like to call for a motion and a second.
So move.
Great. I'd like to declare the motion, public comment on jurisdiction on this issue. Public comments closed. I'd like to then declare the motion, if everyone's in agreement, pass without objection. And I'd like to move to the hearing and the action. I'd like to invite Mr. Hartz up. You have 5 minutes to discuss this case.
Perhaps the task force.
Hold on one sec.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. And before we get into this, since it is a partition, I don't know what the hell you did. You stopped in the middle of an agenda item and then moved to another agenda item, and then you're going to go back to the old agenda item. I can't find anywhere in Robert's rules that kind of situation is a normal handling of any official government body. But I would also like to point out the fact that I filed these as 2 separate complaints, and I did so with a purpose. It was not me that conflated them by having the deputy city attorney write one memo that conflated the two. So your whole disagreement and argument about which one first and which one second that's a situation of your own making. And the simple fact is that your administrator scheduled one before the other. It wasn't my choice. I didn't have any input in it. So I see a lot of logic to what you were arguing about. But again, that is a creature of your own making. You're the ones who schedule these things, and you're the ones who put them in the order they're in. A lot of the argument was brought up by you or me or whatever. I would like us to quit pretending that City Attorney Dennis Herrera is an idiot who has no understanding of the law, of the Sunshine Ordinance, of the Brown Act, of the California Constitution, of the United States Constitution, and he is totally unknowledgeable about the 6 determinations that have come out of this body, including one against his office and against him personally. He knows this is an issue. He knows this is a disagreement. And my idea of a city attorney is someone who keeps the city out of trouble. And the easiest way to get the city out of trouble is to get them to follow the law, to get the city agencies to be consistent in how they handle particular matters. And in this particular case, they aren't. If I go to another committee of a different body that I haven't attended, do I have to come back here again and get them to put the 150-word summaries in? How long does this drag on before it becomes totally ludicrous? To me, any disagreement between the city attorney's office and any city body ought to be dealt with, not simply avoided, and that is what Mr. Herrera has managed to do here. And how anybody could think it's not willful, he wants these comments kept out of the minutes. He does not want members of the public to be able to make comments which show that members are not doing their job or doing a bad job out of the public record. That's what the Library Commission started with. They didn't like the fact that I was pointing out the fact that Mr. Luis Herrera, our city librarian, is an acknowledged perjurer. He accepted $4,000 or $5,000 worth of gift that he knew was disclosable, and then year after year after year after year filed a statement of economic interest saying he got nothing from that group. And when I went after him, along with James Chafee, and took him to the Fair Political Practice Commission, he withheld that. Withheld the public records that I needed to put my case forward for 2 years so he could continue to collect those funds. When I tried to put comments into the official record so that they couldn't later deny anybody told them, they said, no, you can't put those in the record. And then they proceeded to put down what I said, but it wasn't what I said. Sometimes it was the exact opposite. Sometimes they would pick if I said something good, because they always complained, Mr. Hart, you only say negative things. So I'd say something good, and every single time it would make it into the minutes. And so finally I went to the Sunshine Ordinance, because that's what it says on every damned agenda in this city. Know your rights under the Sunshine Ordinance. And I have come back here time and time and time again and had this body rule that my constitutionally protected political free speech, in their determination, the meaning of the Sunshine Ordinance in the minutes means in the body of the minutes. And yet the city attorney, even though he has a determination against his own office and him personally, still is avoiding the issue. Thomas Aquinas says, willful ignorance of what one ought to know is a mortal sin. I think it's also blatantly and willfully ignorant.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wants to offer any facts in support of Mr. Hart's testimony? If not, then I'd like to invite Mr. Zitrin up.
Good evening, members of the task force. Obviously, we've already litigated much of this over the course of the last hour. Definitely, I think we can all agree that my boss, City Attorney Herrera, is not an idiot. I think we're in universal agreement on that point. One thing I don't think we're in universal agreement on is his motivation in having provided the legal advice that our office has provided, specifically wanting to keep comments out of the minutes. Well, I think that's incorrect in a couple of ways. Number one, the legal advice that our office has provided does not mandate that anyone keep comments out of the minutes, although it has provided them the option of doing so if they feel that it would make for a more readable document that more accurately reflects what the policy body is doing. And number two, of course, there is the issue of whether indeed including them there at the end as an addendum, or are we using addendum or attachment? I don't know. But as an attachment to the minutes actually deprives anybody of access to any information or of any access to the process. Now, Mr. Hartz is correct that this point as far as 150-word summary being in the body versus being an attachment has been ruled on before. But what he doesn't say, what Mr. Piccarello brought up, is of course it's also been upheld continually by the Ethics Commission, who look at not only our legal interpretation of section, is it 67.16, I think it is, and said, yes, that's an acceptable legal interpretation, but who also look at our legal obligation, our charter authority, to be the legal counsel to those public bodies. So, I mean, we can sit here again and relitigate it, and we've already done that a little bit, so I don't want to take up too much time. But to say, this is why it is acceptable as far as protecting the public's right to information, to place the summaries of comments as an attachment rather than where they appear in the body, because one side of that, the side of public comment, while it does reflect public comment that it pertains to the meeting, those members of the public are not themselves members of the policy body. Now, I understand, yes, that has been litigated a number of times here. It's been subject to determinations here, I guess, prior versions of the board, but it's also been upheld continuously by the Ethics Commission as a valid interpretation of the law. On top of that, I think you've already heard much of it. You know, we've already done this once. Perhaps in the interests of time, I'll let discussion begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone want to offer any support for Mr. Zittrain with any additional facts or evidence? If not, I'd like to open up to the members to continue this conversation. Member Pilpel?
So to Mr. Hartz, I heard your statement. I was trying to listen carefully. Yes, I heard your statement. I was trying to listen carefully. Can you recap for me, since you're alleging a violation of 67.21I, I presume it's the first sentence there, but maybe not. Can you tell me, in your opinion, what's the provision of 67.21I that you believe City Attorney Herrera is violating?
He's advising city bodies that they may violate the law, the rulings of this body.
Okay, that's not exactly what 67.21I says. So could you help me with the language of 67.21I? Doesn't say the city attorney shall enforce the rulings of the task force. Doesn't say that. It says, among other things, shall not act as legal.
Shall act to protect and secure the rights of the people of San Francisco to access public information and public meetings, and shall not act as legal counsel for any city employee or any person having custody of a public record for the purpose of denying that record to the public. Well, the first part of that phrase basically says it's his responsibility to see that the law is followed. And advising someone that not following the law is okay is contrary to that. And that's what he's advised. He said you can put it anywhere you want. You can put it as an attachment, you can put it in an appendix, you can put it in a footnote, you can put it on Mars. Just put it anywhere you want, and that's okay. That's legal.
Yeah, I think in a way you're sort of conflating.
Mr. Pilpel, I'm going to say right now, you don't want to hear what I have to say.
No, I do. I'm trying to find a way to square your complaint with the law.
It basically denying access to those minutes denies access to the public. It says you
not,
can't.
but no one is denying
quit
access to the
interrupting when I'm answering your question. You ask me a question, and every damn time you interrupt me in the middle of it, which means you are not listening to what I'm saying. You are thinking of how to argue against me.
No, I'm trying to understand your allegation. You've made a basic allegation, and I'm trying to tease it out and understand it. Okay? You just talked about denying access to the minutes. I don't think anyone's denying access to the minutes. Furthermore, this 67.21...
This body's ruled 6 times that it was. 6 times that in the minutes means in the body of the minutes. How many times? And you yourself have done several things administratively which said, and you at one meeting said, I didn't agree. Some of us didn't agree with how this task force decided this. And you think because you don't agree with what the task force decides, you can go off and do whatever you damn well please. And everybody here knows that.
Okay. Subject here is City Attorney Dennis Herrera.
The city attorney has denied access to those minutes by refusing to take the 150-word summaries, which this body has ruled numerous times, and tell city agencies that to keep out of violating the Sunshine Task Force in accordance with the Sunshine Task Force own determinations on 6 occasions, you are violating the law.
That's not in and of itself, even if that's true. Even if that's true,
I could come
and I'm
down
not
here and have Jesus testify, and you'd say the same thing. Can we go on to somebody else who might have a reasonable
I'm sorry,
question?
you're not running this meeting.
Mr. Hart, yes. Do you have another question for Mr. Hartz? Or let's move on from that issue. Because we
The last thing I have for Mr. Hartz, since 67.21 is part of the access to public records section and administrative appeals, can you help me understand how...
That's not part of my complaint.
I'm sorry, you alleged a violation of 67.21I.
So you're saying that if I say they violated a section, they have to violate every single part of that section. They can't violate part and not the other.
No, I'm asking how that's a violation of a public records
And I'm saying it's not. I never said it was 67.21I and said public records. I said public comment, public meetings.
No, you said neither of those. You said 67.21I, and you said advising boards and commissions to abridge public criticism in violation of the ordinance. Doesn't say anything about meetings, doesn't say anything about records.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions?
Can the city attorney come up here? You made one statement. I just kind of want to clarify. You said that the ethics commission had ruled that in an occasion or two that they didn't find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance for it to be included as an appendix or as attachment.
Right. I don't know if they framed it in terms of the Sunshine Ordinance, but they framed it in, well, I'm saying, I don't know if they framed it in terms of Sunshine Ordinance as far as the conduct of the city attorney's office, but they framed it in terms of the Sunshine Ordinance as it pertains to the conduct of these other bodies that were placing those summaries as attachments.
But there's nowhere in the Sunshine Ordinance which gives them the power to make determinations or interpretations of the Sunshine Ordinance, correct?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. So it's kind of like, in my view, it's very much a situation where, and we're in the situation where, just like the Supreme Court was, and Andrew Jackson was back during the Native American cases, I think it was like Worcester or whatever, where Andrew Jackson said, John Marshall's made his decision, now let him enforce it. Essentially, we have no enforcement power in the grand scheme of things. We can just refer it. We can just refer it. We have no enforcement power. So while the Sunshine Ordinance gives us the power to interpret, and truly the final power to interpret, the only interpretation, technically, we have no means to enforce it. So when it comes to what I feel is a violation of 67.21I, is that we've made it clear to the city attorney in previous rulings that this is our interpretation. And the city attorney continues to put out and tell certain bodies that they don't have to do it that way. And my belief is still that they have every right, the city attorney has every right to do that. But he also has the responsibility to tell the commissions that the Sunshine Ordinance has ruled consistently this way. I mean, and that's playing it both ways, sides for me. That's playing it from the side of you're giving proper advice and counsel, and that's playing it from the side of you're still being respectful and enforcing the Sunshine Ordinance as it has been interpreted by the governing body. Because yes, until there's until there's an order from a judge to tell Dennis Herrera to enforce something a certain way, he doesn't have the duty to do that under most circumstances. Of course, I mean, no, there's several people here that would disagree with me and say, whatever you say goes, and he still has that duty. But the city attorney's in a dual role, and I want to respect that dual role, and I want to respect the attorney-client privilege and the right to do so. So that's where I am on 67.21I, because I do feel there is a violation here because they're not fully protecting the rights of all the citizens and the public.
By including it as an attachment.
By including it, by giving advice to include it as an attachment, without giving full advice, in my view, to include it as an attachment, and that is acceptable.
Mr. Zittrain.
So just to clarify, so just so we understand, so what the advice they're giving, from my understanding, is that they don't have to. They can include it in the body, but they also can choose to put it as an attachment.
Yes.
So they're not saying put it as an attachment. They're saying it is up to each individual department.
But they're saying it. They're saying it as
their advice.
Their advice, but it's being read and taken by everyone else as that's the law. This is what we're doing. Now the argument is, oh well, that's not the city attorney's fault. That's that commission's fault. That's the department's fault.
Each individual.
But when the department comes here, as they've come up previously, they've said we're not going to do it because we've got the advice from the city attorney. And I say it's time to now bring the city attorney in because and educate them because they're not going to follow our orders unless we find them in violation. And I think at this point we should find them in violation of 67.21I.
Just to follow on that question from Mrs. Zittrain, when you say the Ethics Commission has upheld the decision, I think what you're trying to say is when we referred these matters to the Ethics Commission, they have chose not to act on them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, one other question for you. Do you have a copy of what it is that you advise other departments? Is that something that you have handy? Or was it in the package, Mr. Hartz?
It was. I don't think there's a copy of it in the package, but the substantive legal argument is pretty much reproduced in the package. Insofar as
it is. The actual advice given is in the Good Government Guide as well. And I could read the portion specifically. It says, the summary is not a part of the body's official minutes, nor does the body vouch for its accuracy, and the minutes may expressly so state. The summary may be included as an attachment to the minutes. The policy body may reject the summary if it exceeds the prescribed word limits or is not an accurate summary of the speaker's public comment.
Okay.
Great.
So by omitting what we've recommended, they're not showing two sides of the coin, basically, and that's what you're saying.
Now, I believe the Good Government Guide hasn't been amended since 2011. This is a 2011 version, but that's still the advice it's given.
Yeah. So I just really think the decision before us is, do we take the more passive route, as perhaps Member Sims is recommending to educate or give the city's attorney's office a graceful way of complying with this and either presenting both cases or even better yet, going with our interpretation, or do we just once again, and I believe we've referred them to the Ethics Commission, have we not? Does anybody know the two cases we've referred the city's attorney's office to the Ethics Commission?
We have not.
Okay.
No, because they haven't, yeah.
All right. Well, that's an option that we should consider during this argument.
Can I get Member Washburn first, and then I'll come to you, Member Pilpel.
Yeah, I think Member Sims makes a really important point that I think is helpful here. It's helpful to me when you're saying that if the city attorney is not telling departments about our rulings that we've made half a dozen times when we're the body that by law is the one that interprets this ordinance and provides guidelines for its implementation, then I think the city attorney is not being a good attorney. You're not, forewarning the department about, hey, if you attach the summaries at the end, you're going to be you'll be found in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. So I think that's a serious matter. I think it's a way that we can use that to make the point that we are serious about this matter that we've given so much attention to and ruled so consistently about. And the Good Government Guide is older. It doesn't reflect our more recent rulings. And I think here's a time to be assertive and be helpful to city departments who want to know what they should be doing. The Ethics Commission is actually putting summaries in the body of the minutes now, 150-word summaries. They've started doing that. Mr. St. Croix came here and told us came to the Compliance and Amendments Committee and said they were doing that. So I think city departments should be told this is what you could be facing if you don't put the summaries in the body of the minutes.
And that X, Y, and Z departments are already doing this.
Yeah.
That would be.
Yeah, because.
I'm sorry, did that call for a response or just sort of a.
No, I think they're just making a comment. Member Pilpel and then Member Nee.
Few points. The summary of the city attorney's advice from the Good Government Guide is in the Alicia Cabrera memo that's in the packet. I don't believe that this task force has the power or duty or is it appropriate for us to really question the overall advice or strategy of the city attorney. The city attorney is elected by the people. If you don't like the advice or the job that the city attorney is doing, feel free to run against or campaign against the city attorney. The city attorney has a role under the charter, 6.102, to advise city officers, department heads, boards, and commissions. And does so. We have a role, powers, and duties under 67.30 and other sections of the ordinance to advise city departments about what we think and how they should go about things. So I think it is actually improper to suggest that the city attorney has the responsibility to communicate our decisions to city boards and commissions and department heads. That's our job. We are specifically charged with advising city departments and agencies as to how we think they should conduct themselves. So if there's a failure, in this case, I don't think it's a failure on the part of the city attorney. I think it's a failure on our part. Previous task forces have taken it upon themselves to communicate to specific departments or to all city departments and say, here's what we think about blah, blah, blah. This is our stated policy and position. Whether I agree with it or not, I'm saying that's our job. If we want to put out, frankly, a competing Good Government Guide and say, here's how we view the world, same language, but we read it differently, here's how we read it, and here's how we recommend you comply with it, we're free to do that. We have the power, we have some resources, we can do that. I don't think we should put that on any other city official and say it's their job to tell other folks what we think. I think it's our job to tell folks what we think.
No, I disagree. I absolutely disagree.
That's fair.
And this is it's 67.31 is responsibility for administration, and it says elected officers should administer and coordinate the implementation of the provisions of this chapter for departments under their respective control. That says that it's their responsibility.
That's one way to read it. As I said earlier, the way I read that is that they're department heads, and to the extent that they're an elected official or a department head, they have responsibility for their department and implementation of sunshine within their department. You're reading it, due respect, to suggest that the city attorney somehow now has broad, or other departments have, new and broad powers to do things that aren't specific in there. It was really about saying that it's the department head who has a responsibility to imbue all of their subordinate employees with the information to comply, and that ultimately it rolls back to the department head for the responsibility for that department.
But the city attorney is in a different position because they are mandated to give advice and counsel, legal advice and counsel.
Yes.
But they're also still have to be and follow the compliance of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and the Sunshine Ordinance itself. And I think they're not giving full advice and leading their own commissions down the path of getting referred to ethics and down the path of being brought here by Mr. Hartz.
Well,
they don't want to be brought here by Mr. Hartz, I'm sure. That's why the ones who have been brought here by Mr. Hartz have chosen to change and go toward a policy, the majority of them, go toward a policy where they incorporate it in the body because they don't want to be brought here anymore.
Which, and again, in response, I would say, which they're free to do, but I think the scope of the city attorney's legal advice is really understanding what courts have done that have formal jurisdiction or would likely do. They often advise, a court would likely find based on facts and circumstances. The fact is, we don't have jurisdiction to render a binding decision with enforcement power over city departments. We simply interpret the ordinance, make determinations about whether a record is public or whether the conduct, in our opinion, complies with the ordinance, and that's it. We don't have any further powers beyond that. We can't compel, and so our rulings don't hold the same weight as those of a court that can compel the city to do certain things.
They don't hold the same weight as a court.
Whether people like it or not, and I'm not crazy about that either.
They don't hold the same weight as a court, but they hold the same weight as when you read the ordinance, it says this is the body who interprets it.
It doesn't really say that, though. It doesn't really say that.
So
Okay,
you guys,
sorry.
I'm going to end this. Member Nee had a question.
I'll hold my comments till later.
Okay. No more questions?
I
comments?
will not speak because I may say something I regret.
Okay, then we won't speak then. Okay, let's go to. It's actually. Did I get public comment, you guys? Did I do this yet? Wait, where were we?
They need the rebuttal.
It's okay. That's where we are. I'd like to give you 3 minutes if you have any final comments about this particular case.
Yes, definitely I want to address a couple things. Member Sims is right that there is a strange relationship in that the city attorney is the only other city body that's charged with interpreting the law. So you're not going to have this problem with anybody else, but you will have this problem with us, and it does create a tough legal situation. I think what Member Washburn said is correct, that part of what goes into how we tell people how to interpret the Sunshine Ordinance is this is a possible consequence of doing something this way. But on the other hand, our legal opinion is our legal opinion. And that's what it is. And I don't think that Member Sims is correct that we should be doing something. We should attach something to our legal opinion that says, by the way, this is our opinion as to the state of the law. And it includes this, which actually isn't our opinion as to the state of the law. We advise people, and I'm sorry we didn't get more of a chance to litigate this, to spend time on this, because the fact of the matter is, yes, we disagree as far as our legal opinion with all of those prior rulings. We just think our legal opinion is that they're not a correct interpretation of 67.16. And as things broke down, we didn't really wind up spending a whole lot of time on that this evening. If there is a next time, perhaps it'll be next time. There seems to have been a next time several times. But no, if we were to attach that as our legal opinion, as Mr. Sims suggested, it would not reflect the opinion of the city attorney's office as to the state of the law. And that's what we're supposed to do. And what we're back to is just that, you are looking at the state of the laws. We're on 21 now, right? We're on 67.21. And, looking back at the complaint, we have to, when we receive the complaint, and when we hear argument, we have to have something that we can rebut, that we can evaluate. And if you sustain a charge of violation, it's got to be based on whether that particular statute was violated. I just want to go back to that it hasn't. As far as access that has been restricted, advice that's been provided, what is it, for the purpose of restricting public access? For the purpose of denying access to the public. It's just not there. And I've listened to a number of things that the complainant has brought. He's actually changed his story a little bit. A few minutes ago, as you remember, he said he's trying, speaking of Mr. Herrera, is trying to hide this from the public. And then a short time later it was, well, he's saying you can do whatever you want with it. You can put it in the minutes or not. Well, then obviously he's not trying to hide it. If he's giving people the option, as many people I understand are doing, of putting that summary in the body of the minutes. So, I'm trying to evaluate that. I'm trying to rebut the argument that we're trying to assist people in hiding it, but at the same time we're giving them the option of not doing that. Looking at the language of the statute, providing advice to employees or organizations of city government for the purposes of denying access to the public. It's just not there. I'm sorry we didn't get more of a chance to litigate, as this has been ruled on a number of times. We still disagree with that interpretation of 67.16, but for the purposes of tonight, there's just not the case there that we violated the particular statute that he claims that we violated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hart?
Ray Harris, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I want to point out a few things. The Deputy City Attorney has just done the same thing I've said that the bodies do. He has conflated a legal opinion, which has a legally mandated requirement of the City Attorney's Office to issue it, with simply a legal memorandum. He can write a memorandum about any damn thing. He can say God is dead. And nobody can challenge that because he's entitled to do it, but he can't issue a legal opinion and call it a legal opinion, and there has, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, there has never been a legal opinion issued on this matter. Secondly, saying that the Ethics Commission refused to do anything, well, they refused to do anything on any of your referrals, except one, and we know how that worked out. Jewel Gomez was unanimously recommended for removal. She's still in position. They sent another letter to them to the mayor a year later, and she's still in position. Ethics Commission doesn't vote for these things for one simple reason. They don't want people to know that they are impotent. They could tell anybody in the city to do anything, and that person can choose to ignore them or not. The second thing is, in some of these cases, they were cases where they had committed the same violation. It's like, oh, Mr. Herrera refused to include the 150-word summaries in the body of the minutes as the task force directed, and we're going to have a hearing on that. And we're going to ignore the fact that we have a finding of violation against our own body for doing the same thing. And we're going to say, oh, isn't that fair? We find them not guilty. We're not guilty. How convenient. What this comes down to is my constitutionally protected rights to political free speech. And this direction, or lack of direction to a large degree, as the argument has shown, gives permission for city bodies to make decisions which will compromise citizens' First Amendment rights, and to do so with impunity. The city attorney says we could do it. And it isn't the matter that the city didn't exactly say what they were doing, or I can't prove that's what they intended. The result is what matters. If the result is constitutionally protected political free speech from being denied entrance into the official record, that's all that really matters. And I'd ask each and every one of you to consider this. If you ever get in a situation where you think a city body's doing something wrong, and you try to bring it to their attention and they do what they can to keep it out of the record so they can deny you ever told them, you'll be exactly in the same position I'm in.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to know if there's a motion to find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Madam Chair?
Member Nee?
Yeah, there's already a motion on the floor to find violation of 67.21I that pertains to item 2. What I'm wondering is if that motion, and perhaps the city attorney could provide some advice on this, could we amend that motion to stipulate that it pertains to both items 2 and 3?
That's for, or do we need to do them separately, right?
Hold on.
Correct.
Well, since the previous motion from the other matter was continued, I think whoever introduced that could offer an amendment, and then someone could offer a second motion in addition to that, procedurally to accomplish the means that you suggested.
Well, if the motion was amended to pertain to both of these items, then it would make a subsequent motion to the same effect. Really, it would be moot. I mean, my aim here is to cut down on some time.
Can I suggest to the chair in terms of a way to deal with this to accomplish that purpose?
I think I'm a little unclear on what you're asking. So you want
my aim here is to kill two birds with one stone. We have a motion on the floor. If that was amended to pertain to both items 2 and 3, that would make any further motion to find violation of 67.21I unnecessary. It would be then a redundant motion. It would be unnecessary.
So you want one motion to apply to both?
That's correct. I'm wondering if that's
what's the process?
You know, since the two complaints are based on the same set of operative facts, I don't know how you would be able to find two identical violations for the same set of facts. So I think that would be the way to go. Yes.
Okay. Then I would like to amend the continued motion to pertain to both items, both complaints, 13058 and 13061.
Second.
Were you the original?
Second.
Okay. Great. So it's been moved in second to amend the original motion to now pertain to items 2 and 3.
Well, it's an amendment. It's an amended motion that the second has accepted.
Yeah.
So,
okay. So I just wanted to read so everyone understood what it was.
So that's where we are now.
Yes.
The motion is on the floor and it pertains to both complaints.
2 and 3. Okay. So now I'd like to open it up to public comment.
Just to restate, the motion is to find violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21I for file number 13058 and 13061.
Correct.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to.
Thank you, Chair Grant. I'm Patrick Minot-Shaw.
Okay, I'll get you.
I believe this body should disregard both Mr. Piccirillo's comment that the Ethics Commission says that the Sunshine Ordinance is wrong. It's not their job. They are not to re-adjudicate cases. I've said this to you before many, many times. And to the extent that Member Pilpul blurted that he was in agreement with Mr. Piccirillo shows Member Pilpul's bias. I've also told you before, and it's on my website, in this extended criticism of the city attorney's lawsuit against Alan Grossman in the appeals court. The Good Government Guide is not an opinion. It's not even a regulation. It's a document. It does not carry the weight or the force of law. And in fact, several prior members of the Sunshine Task Force have shared with me that when they were required to go to Sunshine training conducted by the city attorney's office, their impression had been that the city attorney never educates any city department staff attending Sunshine training of what your job is. There's barely a word spoken about the actual Sunshine Task Force during those training sessions. City departments don't know that when you issue an order of determination, it is a non-binding order. It's referred to ethics for enforcement. And ethics, rather than enforcing it, they re-adjudicate it, which is not their job. That's your job. You can have the city attorney have one opinion and you have another opinion, but both opinions should be given to members of the city departments so that they are clear on the difference of opinions between the two documents. Mr. Citron's comment that members of the public are not actually members of task forces or bodies or commissions sucks. And the reason for it is voters have absolute plenary power over the affairs of municipal government. That means they have plenary power over what these task forces do. And Pilpel's arrogant conclusion that we just need to unelect people like Herrera doesn't get around the problem. We have no control over who's appointed to those commissions.
Thank you. Is there any more?
Well, let me just say, it's not too often that Mr. Pikeville and I agree on sunshine issues, but tonight I think we are in agreement. You know, the bottom line is that, you know, there's many people in the city being denied public records and being denied access to public meetings. And it's your responsibility to see that that doesn't occur very often. In order for that to occur, I think the task force has to have credibility. And the way you have credibility is when you give orders of determination that are efficacious as well as legal. When you give a decision that's really not consistent to most legal opinions in the city, I think you do yourself a disservice. And you hurt the individuals who are trying to get public records or attend public meetings. You made a mistake when you issued your previous ruling as to where the minutes are mandated. And I hope you don't make the same mistake again tonight. I understand your situation is difficult because you want to be consistent with your rulings. But most people with legal educations would disagree with your interpretation as to where the minutes ought to go after public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment on this issue?
I think that you should send a very clear message through the city attorney's office, because it's just too easy for a department to say, oh, well, I mentioned it to Adi Vera. I don't know why she's not here. Or I don't know what happened. I mentioned it. And they charge off their time as part of legal services. And it just gets pushed around. And if you're a little person like me whose life has been affected by this and you don't really understand why you want to attend a public meeting and you see 2 deputies at the door and nobody's explaining anything to you and you get escorted out of City Hall for no reason whatsoever. No one explains it to you. And the more you ask, the more you're seen as a pain. You don't get the answers. So if you people issue clear rulings and if these orders are made public and people understand, like me, well, it makes their life a lot easier. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Is there any more public comment? If not, I'd like to close public comment. I know you had a comment, so if we could keep it.
Just a brief
briefly.
procedural comment. Although I will probably vote against the motion, and I don't really find that there's a good basis for a violation of 21I, I think that there was more evidence to that effect in item 3, and I didn't really hear that in item 2, so I've got some concerns about the restated motion conflating the 2 files, but it's not a strong view, so I will probably just waive that objection. I think people can rule however they choose on item 3 and whether there's enough to find a violation there. I just didn't hear it in item 2, and I was looking very carefully for it.
Okay.
And then, we'll, once we've concluded item 3, then we need to go back and see whatever else there is left in item 2, if anything.
Well, my understanding, and Nick, help me out here. We have now, Member Nee, they have now put the motion together
Right.
for item 2 and 3, and once we vote on that, then we are concluding items 2 and 3. Is
No.
that correct or no?
No.
Are we going to go
Then
back to item 2
We'll,
and then see if there's something
anything
additional?
else left,
Okay.
we'll
Got
conclude
it.
whatever there is on item 3, and if there's anything further on item
Okay.
2,
I
if
just wanted to
there's a
make sure everyone's
34
clear about
violation or
that.
anything else, then I
Okay.
think we'd dispose of that.
Okay, Member
I would
Washburn?
suggest.
I just wanted to say that in combining
2 and 3.
the 2 for 21I, the fact pattern and everything is exactly the same. And the arguments were somewhat different because we were trying to get new information this time, but, it doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change, the basis, shouldn't change the basis for, there should be no difference on the
Great.
basis for the same violation for the 2 different cases.
Okay. Victor?
On the
Can you take a
motion
roll
to
call?
find violation of 67.21I for file 13058 and 13058 and 13061, Member Nee.
Aye.
Member Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpil.
No.
Pilpil, no. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
It's still going to.
No.
Was that?
What did you say?
Did you say aye or no?
What did you say? No. Oh, she said no. We didn't know what you said.
Fisher, no. Chair Grant.
No.
Grant, no. The vote is 5-3. The motion fails.
Great. Is that correct?
We have Member Nee voting aye. Member Washburn, aye.
That's right? Okay. No, I just wanted to make sure the count was right.
Nee is aye. Washburn, aye. Pilpil, no. Sims, aye. Highland, aye. Oka, aye. Fisher, no. Grant, no. That is a vote of 5-3.
Right. Okay. So let's go back to the item number, the next item.
Let's
Correct?
just be
Number
sure,
2?
was there anything else on item 3? I think not, but
No, that was it. That
Are there
was,
any other motions concerning item number 3?
no. So let's go
Turning
back.
to item number 2.
okay.
We're going back to item number 2. With the, say it again?
Was there public comment at some point?
We did public comment.
Okay, just making sure. I'm sorry.
So let's go back to item number 2, and I'd like to open it back up because right now we're in the middle of just discussion, if there's an additional motion that anyone would like to put out there, or... Member Washburn?
I just wanted to say something. I have to say I was surprised by the vote that just happened.
Is it possible to have that vote again? Is that something?
And I just wanted to say something for us to think about. There's a general principle that it's in the ordinance that whenever we're in a gray area, that we should think about, and that is whenever the situation is ambiguous, that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force should interpret the law for more rather than less sunshine. And, I was going to say that this should apply to the city attorney as well. There's one case that the newer members weren't around for. It was the Park Merced case, where we had the recording that was transcribed. The supervisor conducting the meeting said, this particular item hasn't been put on the agenda. I think we'll be in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance if we go forward. Asked the deputy city attorney, who clearly said this is a gray area. And so the chair did not want to go forward. And the other members wanted to move forward. We found a violation. And that was what led the city to want to get rid of all of us, because we ruled in support of more rather than less access for the public. And so this is a similar thing. If it's gray, we have this deputy city attorney saying this is kind of a gray, and the law says that the summaries should be in the minutes. Okay, does that mean in the body of the minutes or as an addendum? And the deputy or the city attorney is saying, it really is kind of a gray area. So I think it's, given that that's the case, then it's, our charge by the law to find, in favor of more rather than less access, or more rather than less sunshine. We're the ones who, look at our name, Sunshine. We want more light rather than less light. So whenever it's gray, and we have the city attorney saying it's gray, then we have to come down on the side of more openness, more sunshine. And, it's kind of a simple principle once you think about it. It helps me make decisions. I go, okay, this is ambiguous. I'm going to find in favor of more openness. Kind of makes it all easier, rather than trying to figure out what's ethics going to do or not do, or... And so that's why I was wanting to consider going for a violation of 67.34, because, we've said on 6 occasions, we find in favor of more access, more sunshine. This is what we say. And to not tell city departments about this, and to, say that it doesn't matter whether it's in the body or at the end, I think is doing a real disservice to the departments, but certainly to members of the public. So I just wanted to let you know that those are some things that I was thinking about, and I was very surprised when the vote went the way it did.
I would agree with Member Washburn. I would say that, we've argued this issue 6 times before. We've sent other city departments to Ethics Commission. We just heard the Deputy City Attorney Zetrin go up there and tell us how they still think we interpreted 6716 incorrectly. That's pretty willful to me, the fact that they don't agree with the way that we're seeing sunshine. So I don't think we should shy away from the fact that it's the city's attorney's office. You know, if we were going to send any other department up there for willful violation, they need to be held, I think, accountable to the same standards. And I think we would be hypocritical not to do that. It would go against all the other things that we've already ruled on, the 6 other cases. I must admit, I'm a little shocked at the vote that just went down. It seems there may have been some confusion in that vote, and that's why I threw out the fact that should we vote again. If we're not going to do that, I would second your motion for a violation of 6734.
Has there been a motion?
Did you make
Actually,
a motion?
I'm going to make the motion because it will end up in the minutes. It will be on the recording. My remarks that I just made are there. I think it's important to get these ideas out there. So, yes, I do find a violation for the item number 2 of 67.34.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'd like- Member Neat.
Well, whole bunch of things here. First of all, the Ethics Commission and the Board of Supervisors frequently, when dealing with sunshine matters, point to advice of the city attorney and how we should follow the advice of the city attorney. There are more than one attorneys brought to bear here. That's why we have a voting member attorney on the task force who is supposed to specialize in sunshine. That seat is currently vacant, and I'd say that with no lack of respect to Member Sims, who is an attorney. Let me just point out that in the order of determination of February 14, 2012, which is referred to on packet pages 19 through 21, dealing with the question of where public comment summaries should be posted in minutes. That order of determination was co-signed by David Snyder. He was the voting member attorney on the task force at that time. When the task force voted to find the Board of Supervisors and particularly 4 supervisors in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance and the Brown Act relative to the vote on awarding the Park Merced contract, that vote was 8-0, and one of those 8 was Member Snyder, again, the city attorney. The voting member attorney on the task force. So we do have attorney opinions, citing on openness in both those matters. With respect to the motion that's before us to find willful violation, as indicated in section 67.34. Bit of a conundrum there, because we've already voted against, the task force has already defeated a motion to find violation of 67.21I. So if we're going to find a willful violation of what?
Right.
And there's a little bit of a legal conundrum there for us.
Thank you. Member Pilpel, and then I'll go to Member Washburn.
Either in response or in discussion with Member Nee, a couple of things to point out. On page 21, since you're referring to those decisions from December of 2011, I'm not sure why, but I would point out that you voted no on both of those motions, and Member Snyder, who you just referred to, former Member Snyder, voted no on the second motion, which was to find the city attorney's office in violation for continuing to advise that summaries da-da-da-da. So I'm not sure how that all went down. That was at a time when I was not serving on this body, and I don't recall being at that meeting, but I'm sure there's more to the story than what you just related to us. And I'm not sure if you recall your own actions at that time. Thanks.
Member Washburn.
Yeah, I do appreciate the fact that we have a conundrum here. I'm wondering if I'd like to amend my motion if the second is okay. We could find a violation of 67.16 plus 67.34.
We'll accept that.
I don't know if we want to include 67.21I there.
I don't think procedurally we could. It's already been. It's already.
Well, we
been
voted. I'm sorry. We voted on 67.21 as it is to item 1 and 2.
Items 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
In order to bring back 67.21I, bring back to the table, somebody from the prevailing side would have to do that.
Well, you could vote on 67.21 as only to item 2.
No, we could not.
Wait, no.
We've already
ruled on
ruled on the
67,
substance of the 21I allegation. That's what I would suggest. Whether or not people want to find that there's enough for a 34 willful violation is up to them on their own. I don't, the way this has been constructed, I don't know that it requires some, initial overt act or something, and that this is like a compiling on.
Member Nee.
Madam Chair, I would like to, if there is an amendment to the motion on the floor to add to that section 67.16, I would move for a separation of 67.16 and 67.34.
So do two separate motions.
You don't need to move forward.
Correct.
You can request that the question be divided. If it's a divisible question, then that is so ordered.
What? Say it again?
If a member requests that a question be divided, and if it's a question that can be divided, then that's a right that any member has. It doesn't require a motion. You can just say, I request that question be divided.
Request a question be divided. That's what I said.
Yeah, okay. To do two separate ones, okay.
But I'm not sure that I heard that an amendment was properly made.
It kind of goes back to,
to add 67.16.
Goes back to
You seconded that. Did you second the amendment? Or
Mr.
did
Oka did.
Oh, you did.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So now it's separated.
The motion was made to amend the motion to include 67.34 and 67.16. And Member Nee requested that the question be divided and voted on separately.
Who seconded the motion to amend?
Member Oka.
Made by Member Washburn?
Yes.
Seconded by, okay.
Okay. So there are two separate motions there. So we need to vote on the first one.
Yes. On the motion to find the Dennis Herrera, Office of the City Attorney, in violation of Sunshine Section Ordinance 67.16.
Can we discuss that for a second?
67.16?
Yes. Okay. Again,
Well-
Also, point of order, I believe we need to take public comment
Yeah.
on
67.34, correct?
well, on 6734 and
Right, you put it
6716.
Yes, okay. So you can say, and
Okay.
then I'm going to go to public comment.
Again, I will say, if people can come to their own conclusions about 67.34, I don't think there's any real evidence in the record before us about a 67.16 violation by the city attorney. I think that that's absolutely up to boards and commissions for how they handle their minutes. And any advice that the city attorney gives about minutes and where things are put is advice to the city attorney and is not either the subject of a 67.16 issue, nor were we explained how the city attorney could have or may have or did violate 67.16. I'm just not seeing that at all. So, but I'm open to public comment.
Okay.
Aiding and abetting.
I'm going to open it to public comment now on this issue.
Yeah, I'm not in support of either motion. in the legal profession, there's no such thing as a conundrum. Either it is or it isn't. I don't see how you can find a willful violation of an act that you've already ruled was not wrongful. The vote of 5-3 does not support that the city attorney violated any provision alleged in Mr. Hart's complaint. So clearly, you really cannot make a legal finding of a serious and willful violation under 6734 if you've just previously ruled that the city attorney did not violate 6721. Now your motion on 6716. Mr. Hartz didn't allege a violation of 6716 on either item 2 or 3 on the agenda. How does a respondent then respond if he presents or she presents the case? You hear the evidence, and then after the evidence is presented, you bring another motion on another alleged sunshine violation. That seems to be denying the respondent due process. And I think you're going to run into troubles with the Ethics Commission to enforce this order of determination if your motion passes. There's probably the voter initiative that enacted the Sunshine Ordinance had a specific reason not to allow you to be the enforcement mechanism for sunshine. And that is, you were to interpret the ordinance, but there would be another entity as a check or balance on your decisions. And rightfully, the Ethics Commission has that ability. So I'm opposing both motions, 6734. That's legally impossible to find a serious violation on something you found that the act by the city attorney was not unlawful. And 16 wasn't even addressed in the complaint or the discussions in front of you. Now you're going to make a motion to bring another charge against the city attorney's office. That's not due process. The respondent should be allowed to know what he's allegedly violating and then present his case, and then you make a motion up or down. But you can't move the ball in your discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that 3 minutes?
Yes.
Can I get 5 minutes to make public comment too?
Was that 3 minutes?
It was set for 3 minutes. I did start slightly late by about.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Hartz, I'm talking to the administrator. He said it was 3 minutes.
Madam Chair,
And that's a
Mr. Hartz
lie.
is a party in interest.
It's a party in interest.
So you can't speak about this.
It started at 5 minutes. I'm sitting there watching the clock.
3 minutes.
Is there any further public comment?
Is there any more public comment? If not, then public comment is closed. Public comment's closed. Member Washburn.
Okay, I guess it doesn't make sense to have a motion 67.34. I agree. So I'd like to withdraw that motion. I also think it doesn't make sense to have 67.16. So I'd like to withdraw that motion. Which is not to say I'm still very frustrated, and I stand by everything I've said about the substance of these matters.
Does the second withdraw?
Yes. But I must say I am deeply troubled by certain members of this body that choose not to protect the rights of the public when it comes to access to information. This is what I see happening time and time again by the same people. And I must say, I must put that on record, if this continues, we will be a laughing stock. As a matter of fact, in some circles, we already are. And I don't want to be overcritical, but you brought this on yourself.
Is there any more comment? So is there a new motion on the floor, or you've withdrawn those? No additional motion? Then did I do public comment? Yes. The matter is concluded.
No action taken, Madam?
No action taken.
On item 2, due to lack of a motion, the matter is concluded. On item number 3, due to a lack of additional motion, the item is concluded. Both items are concluded due to a lack of a motion.
Yeah. Well, yes, 6721I was a motion on
Yes.
3, so you have that noted, and that
Yes.
it did not pass.
The initial motion did not pass, and there being no further motion, the item is concluded.
Perfect. I just want to make sure we got that straight on the minutes. Thank you. Okay, can you go to the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 5, file number 13054, complaint filed by Ray Hartz Jr. against Angela Calvillo, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.15D and 67.34 by posting complainant's 150-word summary of his public comment as an addendum to the meeting minutes rather than including the summary into the body of the minutes of June 18, 2013.
Madam Chair.
Member Nee?
I'd like to propose that items 5, 6, and 7 be consolidated. And the reason I say that is that the substance issue, the substantive issues are identical in all 3. We could make accommodation to allow extra speaking time if the complainant and respondent wish, but I see no reason to have 3 separate hearings on what are essentially the same issue.
Agreed.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'd like to open this up for discussion. Anyone have any questions or anything?
I think it would be fair to ask the complainant and the respondent how they feel about this.
Exactly. Where is the respondent? I can't.
Give me a thumbs up.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Mr. Hartz, once again, we're asking to combine.
Again, I decline. These are 3 separate violations on 3 separate sets of minutes. The bottom line is, your last, these are all interesting, and my record so far is 16 wins out of 21 cases before the task force. And all of these have had to do with access to public records and public documents. This is a free speech. The Board of Supervisors does not want my comments in their official records. They don't want them in the minutes. And the idea that you want to conflate them all so that we end up with 1 violation when they committed 3 violations is a problem I see. It may be easy for you. Well, you're asking me to give a question, so I'd like to finish it.
I have a question for you, Mr. Hartz.
Sure.
Would you have objection to taking the jurisdictional part of those complaints as in unison?
No.
Thank you.
And I have a second question, Mr. Hartz.
Sure.
Well, we're still going to find 3 violations or 2 violations, 1 violation. We're not going to lump it together. We're just going to do the body of the discussions and the questioning. We're going to allow you and the complainant, respondent, additional minutes, 5, 10, 15, as you see fit. That was our intent. It wasn't to pull them all into one. That was the idea.
And in response to that, my intention when filing the complaints, they were filed at different times. And it was your choice to put them all on the same agenda, and it was the city attorney's choice to give the same recommendation on all of them. So basically, what you're doing is manipulating the system to get a result that I had purposely filed these complaints separately to avoid. I want to show that the clerk of the board knows what she's doing is wrong, has repeatedly refused to do what is wrong, and she continues to do it time and time and time again. 1 decision, 1 order of determination can easily be taken as 1 violation, whereas 3 decisions and 3 orders of determination cannot.
I think, isn't that, Mr. Member Hunt, that's what we are
I think I'm
proposing.
saying the
We're
same
just
thing,
giving
that
you the
we're
time
gonna-
to not have to repeat the
I
same thing,
think
but
we'll-
we will have 3 separate decisions based on, because isn't my understanding
If
that...
that's agreed to, then I will do it. But
we give you
unfortunately, I have been caught in positions before where it said, well, we intend to do this, and then they didn't do that.
No, so this is what we're proposing, and you tell me if this is acceptable to you. We would give you 15 minutes
Okay.
to talk, and we will hear the case, because my understanding is that's just on different days. The content is the same.
No, the content is different in each case because it was a different summary.
Okay, so
it's 3 violations
So we would give
of the
3
same thing.
violations. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
And
So
we will
you would-
give each violation the
All
time
right,
that
if that's the understanding and that is, then that is agreeable to me. I would, though, therefore, before we continue with this, ask that Member Pilpel recuse himself from this hearing.
Okay, thank you. And the respondent's good with that too, right? You got it? Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair, I move to find jurisdiction of...
Well, I think we had a motion, and we need to act on that.
Well, did you do the...
Yes, you do have a motion to combine the hearing on these 3 files.
Okay, and then we just ask, so now,
Now we vote on that. Right?
Was there any
was
further
there any
public
further
comment?
public comment about combining these?
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Pipel. I'm in support of the motion to consolidate. It's unfortunate that Mr. Hart didn't agree to consolidate the first 2 cases. Perhaps the discussion would have been less than 2.5 hours if Heidi agreed to consolidate Agenda Item 2 and Agenda Item 3. Moreover, I don't think you need Mr. Hart's permission to consolidate the cases. I think that's a procedural matter, not substantive matter, and the task force can do it on their own. And finally, let me say that I'm troubled that you don't have a vexatious complaint process where somebody can allege 3 violations on the same set of facts in 3 weeks. To me, that clogs up your agenda calendar, and it doesn't help individuals who are waiting for documents or the ability to speak at public meetings. So I think you need to revisit that issue as how you can reduce the complaints that are on the same set of facts that took place in 3 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so is there any more public comment? If not, public comment is closed. I'd like to take a vote on the motion that's out there right now.
On the motion to consolidate the hearings on items 5, 6, and 7, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Sims?
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant?
Aye.
Grant, aye.
Okay.
The motion passes.
Okay. So at this time, Mr. Hart.
Hold on.
Point of order. Madam Chair, I move to find jurisdiction
Oh, we haven't, I'm sorry.
in file numbers 13054, 13055, and 13059.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Is there any public comment on this issue of jurisdiction? If not, public comment's closed. If it is accepted by all the members, I'd like to declare the motion passed without objection. And I would like to move on to the hearing on the substance. And Mr. Hartz, I'd like to give you up to 15 minutes to speak on your cases before us.
Oh, I could just hear the shudder going through everybody's head. Hearts for 15 minutes. Oh, my God. Spare us.
Did you do the clock?
I'm not sure the clock goes that high.
Yeah, I'm like, make sure this clock is right.
I would like to first reiterate my request that Member Pilpel recuse himself from this hearing. He has shown repeatedly that he is unable to be unbiased in this. This decision, there was a decision ordered against the clerk of the board, number 12050, where she was ordered to follow the recommendation of the task force. It was sent to EOT. Mr. Pilpel undermined that. During the hearing, he actually said, well, some of us didn't agree with what the task force decided. They then voted to send a letter to the clerk of the board asking her to comply. Mr. Pilpel said he would do that, and after 8 months, he failed to do that. He failed to make any effort whatsoever to do that. And basically, he has done everything that I think a reasonable person would look at and question whether or not it is his intention to hear this fairly and to handle it fairly. When someone is ahead of a chair of one of your committees and says, I'm going to handle something in a certain way because I don't agree with what the full task force decided, I think that shows a blatant prejudice. Let's get to the substance of the case. 12050 said to the clerk of the board, put him in the minutes. Clerk of the board refused. Up until now, they have refused to say what it is they're protecting. The openness in government is predicated on the idea that if it will result in more open government, you go that way. If it's less open government, you will go the other way. And I submit to you that my 150-word summaries and my comments open government. They put questions into the official record that should be asked about items that the Board of Supervisors are dealing with and responsible for. And to deny them their presence in that minute simply sets the Board of Supervisors up as a non-assailable body. Someone who can simply do what they want even though people have said you're breaking the law. My case before the Library Commission is exactly that. You go to them and you say, Mr. Herrera has been accepting $5,000 a year in gifts from the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library and yet has been perjuring himself and filing each and every year a statement saying he got nothing from them. And a state agency, the Fair Political Practices Commission, found that to be factual. It is a matter of public record that he perjured himself those 3 years. He had to pay a fine. And the only thing that got him out of more fines was the fact that the statute of limitation was 3 years. Now, in this particular case, we're talking about the clerk of the board. The clerk of the board is engaging in what under the Brown Act is called viewpoint discrimination. Now, they will say, oh, no, that's not what we're doing. We want to keep everybody's summaries out, not just yours. It just happens that you happen to be the only one who's gone through the time and energy to push this point and get these decisions from the task force and take them and talk about them in front of the Ethics Commission, even though the Ethics Commission will not give you a fair hearing on enforcing them. Whether the Ethics Commission does jack with these has nothing to do with your deliberations, in my opinion. Your deliberations are, is this a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance? And you have ruled 6 times that it is, including one against the clerk of the board, who has refused simply to do it. She hasn't given any reason. And the Brown Act says that you have to have a compelling state interest to abridge, censor, or suppress public comment. What's the public interest? That my comment is somehow going to confuse people because it's next to what they were saying about the matter I'm commenting on? Or what is more likely to confuse the public when they see the comments that the body makes and its members make and then have to go look somewhere else to see what someone in opposition has to say? The clerk of the board knows this is something they don't want to do. I don't know whether it's from David Chu, the president of the board, or the board as a whole, or whatever, because they won't have a public discussion. They simply take my constitutionally protected political free speech and put it somewhere else. And I do really feel, even though nobody has, they always evade, all the attorneys evade answering a direct question. Is it administratively possible to go back and remove attachments or addendums from minutes? They're not in the minutes by their own acknowledgement. So they're not required to go to the Board of Supervisors and say, Board of Supervisors, we would like you to take an action to remove this 150-word summary from the body of the minutes. And I think if you go and you check public records, you will see that there are a lot of cases where things have been attached or appended, and then subsequently someone get back and said, let me see a copy of that, and they go, oh, all gone. Not there. And I think that's what the ultimate goal is here. But bottom line, 6 orders of determination in the minutes means in the body of the minutes. A determination 12050 against the clerk of the board. A fall hearing before education, outreach, and training. A failure to act in any way on the determination 12050 that this body issued. And now we are here again hearing these same cases. Now, you can blame the victim. You can try to say, well, this is your fault, Mr. Hartz. But no. If Mr. Hartz files a case and gets an order, he expects the body that gave that order to enforce it. And you failed to do that. So I am back here again, asking you once more to send this out, but don't send it to EOT, don't send it to compliance amendments. We've been that route. The city clerk of the board has no intentions of complying with your order, and I would like you to send this directly to the Board of Supervisors and the Ethics Commission. Don't you worry about what the Ethics Commission will do with it. Just think about what I will do with it. The ethics commissioners don't like the idea that their meetings are now televised. And they don't like it when someone like me gets up and points out their blatant dishonesty. And if there's anybody on this task force who doesn't understand that any recommendation you send them is going to be dismissed, I, with all sincere apology, say you have to be dumber than a box of rocks. So including that in your deliberations, not even a facet. The clerk of the board knows what you've ruled. She has simply refused to comply. She has thumbed your nose at you. She has thumbed her nose at me. And she has thumbed her nose at the Sunshine Ordinance. But above all, she has violated my rights under the Constitution of the United States and the state of California to have my constitutionally protected free speech accurately represented in the official record of the minutes. Maybe Mr. Sims knows something about this, but basically, constitutionally protected political free speech rises to the highest level of scrutiny that any court can apply to free speech. And it cannot be a simple decision by an administrator in any city body to simply say, I'm going to take Mr. Hartz's comments and I'm going to put them somewhere where they are less effective, less likely to be seen, and more importantly, possibly a subject of me removing them at a later date through some administrative maneuver. The reason I filed 3 complaints is because I'm getting a little sick and tired of having to come back time and time and time and time again to argue the same set of facts, getting 6 orders of determination, and yet having bodies saying, we're going to do it if we want, we're going to ignore it if we want. And what has to result, and this is the end result, bottom line, is that citizens of this city are being treated based on who they speak to and which public meeting they go to. If you go to one public meeting, what you say may make it into the record accurately. If you go to another public meeting, they may even mischaracterize, if not out blatantly lie about what you said. When all this started, I told you what I was after. I said I was not happy with the way they were misrepresenting, censoring, and abridging my public comment, and I wanted the law, which in this case is the Sunshine Ordinance, to give me the right to stick that 150-word summary into the body so that they can't delude the public, which is what they're trying to do. They're trying to deceive the public about what Mr. Hart said. More importantly, they're trying to deceive the public about Mr. Hart's opinion of what was being discussed. And again, that's viewpoint discrimination. They haven't given any other reason for one to keep it at. And as I said, and it was said in the earlier hearing, this is a gray area. You say one thing, the city attorney says another. What isn't gray is the fact that my constitutionally protected free speech, and in the end, all of yours, is based on whether some administrator approves of what you say and wants it in the minutes. And if you say something about them that they don't like, they will do what they need to do to keep it out. That's exactly what this is about. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't like what Mr. Hartz has to say. I don't like his tone of voice. I don't like Mr. Hartz in general. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the facts, which is when I get up in a public forum, I have constitutionally protected free speech rights. And since each of the forums we're talking about in this body are political evolutions, it rises at the highest level of scrutiny, and they have to come up with a compelling state interest to justify keeping them out of the record, especially when I have come before this task force and you have agreed with me on that matter 6 times. Honestly, I'm going to tell you something I've never said before, but what the determinations, I've won, well, I haven't figured it in tonight. I've won 16 cases before this task force out of 21 I brought. So for someone to say Mr. Hartz is being frivolous and all this other crap, well, someone who's frivolous doesn't win 75% of their cases. So the bottom line, this is going to Superior Court, because this city, through its various boards and agencies, have violated my First Amendment political free speech rights dozens, if not hundreds of times. And those 4 commissions or 5 commissions that I talked about, they didn't change because they just decided to have an epiphany. Somebody finally got through to them and said, you know, Mr. Hartz is right. It is his protected first speech, and it is political, and we are abridging it by not putting it into the minutes, and that is not going to bode well. And if you really want to hear something interesting, listen to the Ethics Commission hearing, which they held last Monday, regarding my complaint, and listen to the law professor, Commissioner Keene, specifically pointing out that, you know, this sounds an awful lot like, to me, First Amendment issues. This sounds an awful lot like, to me, like you trying to suppress what Mr. Hartz has to say. He got the picture. He just didn't include in that he's not supposed to say it out loud where it's televised.
Thank you. Respondent, you two have up to 15 minutes if you'd like to speak that.
Yeah, I won't take the full 15 minutes. We've been here before. The clerk of the board is, adhering to the Good Government Guide, as you guys just heard in your previous cases. We put it in the addendum. We make it very clear that it's part of the minutes. You pull up one document, it's paginated as such. It has the date, it has the time. It's all there. We don't have anything else to say.
I'm sorry, what was your position again?
Oh, Rick Caldera, Legislative Deputy Director.
Okay, and why is Ms. Cavillo not here before us?
She asked me to come on her behalf today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know what?
Okay, thanks.
And I forgot to ask if there were any people here in support of facts or evidence for either of the 2 parties. I don't think there is. So I'd like to open it up at this time to the members for any questions, comments. Member Pilpel, you can go first.
First to Mr. Caldera.
Yes.
This will be brief. On page 131 of our packet, the meeting minutes from June 25th. Thank you for getting that there.
Thanks.
I recall in previous discussions you made what I would characterize as a big deal about the above the line, below the line stuff, and it looks in this instance like the signature is below the line.
It's actually a Legistar issue.
Oh, okay.
It's part of our legislative tracking system. When we run these reports, we actually have to move the line manually in the PDF version. So thanks for bringing it to our attention. I'll have our IT department fix it.
Okay, so just so that we're all clear, your practice is that the clerk of the board signs at a certain place and the addendum then appears below that line.
Correct.
Okay, so this was just...
Yeah, it looks like it was generated by IT, but it didn't actually get moved over.
Okay.
But the official minutes actually signed that are in the minute book
should be...
has her signature on the previous page.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
To Mr. Hartz, although you included the addendum...
I respectfully decline to answer any question from Member Pilpel.
Fair enough. Please ask. I'd like to hear your question, though.
Okay. My question was, since you included the addendum pages but not the public comment portion to see whose name was listed, I would suspect that your name was listed in the minutes at the location under public comment where presumably you spoke, and that the addendum presumably includes the text of what you submitted. So what I'm trying to understand, if you would help me, is how what you're alleging is viewpoint discrimination occurred here if your comment was actually heard, recorded, noted in the minutes, the text that was the 150 words was included, and I would suspect that if we wanted to hear your entire public comment from that meeting and went to the audio or video recording, that the entirety of your statement, unabridged, would be there. And if that's, and it seems to me like if no one is abridging your right to public comment, then there's no viewpoint discrimination. If you would choose to help me understand how there might be viewpoint discrimination.
Assuming facts that have not been entered into evidence, everything you said is pure conjecture.
So would you care to answer that then and tell us how that are the comments? And I mean, I'm just going to take one opinion and then we'll see what Mr.
During public comment where he actually spoke in the meeting, it does state his name. It has a brief summary of what his comments are, and it also states what page the additional information may be found.
So when he provides his summary, then that is exactly word for word what he provided is
Correct.
Included there.
Correct, and it's retyped.
And then is it, as Mr. Pilpel was asking, it is in the audio exactly what he would have said?
Yes.
Public comment? Okay.
Yes.
And the video?
And the video.
Oh, and you guys have video too. That's right, and the video.
At the board.
So if I could just follow up then. So the entirety of Mr. Hart's, and for that matter, any other member of the public's statement is available. It's not being hidden. It's not being abridged. It's all there. No one's hiding it. Is that correct?
It's there.
I would just remind the commission members, we've been through this before. We've voted on this before. What we're talking about is the description of what was said, not always gelling with what was said. If they're going to take the trouble to put the 150-word summaries after the minutes and the time that takes the clerk to do, why not put it where it occurred? Why not, in fact, take out any description of what was said? Why not just have what was said? If you have an audio file and you have a video file, why not a written file where it occurred in it? They don't edit the video and take out his comments and put it at the end of the video as an addendum. They don't edit the audio, take it out and put it at the end. I would argue, if it's so easy, if it's the same thing, why not leave it where it should be? We've voted on this before, and I object to you, Member Pilpel, of dragging this up and relitigating this. This is not what we're here to do. Thank you.
So-
Thank you.
So
You
if I
wanna
might
respond and then
respond,
Member Washington.
the complainant, Mr. Hartz, in my opinion, made a big deal about his constitutional rights to free speech. Whether or not public comment at city boards and commissions are protected, constitutionally protected free speech, even if they are, I'm not sure that the way the minutes capture and characterize that free speech is the same, is an exercise of the same right, or that right to comment somehow extends to how the comments are reported and characterized. Further, although, Member Highland, with due respect, I'm not trying to litigate the entire matter, but the complainant brought 3 new complaints and had a considerable amount of time to bring the, essentially the same violations that were previously alleged. And even if the task force finds in the same way, we've got, sort of new facts and evidence before us that are particular to those dates and those meetings.
Fine. So we have the same complaints to review, and on top of that, we have 6734 to consider because the clerk is clearly not following our orders of termination. Now, that goes back to the previous cases of does she have to? We've determined the city attorney's office might have, a different position with regard to everything. So that's another story. But in this case, we've already ruled on this, and maybe that particular board has better summaries. But we've seen other ones where it's like Mr. Hart's expressed concern about the Friends. That's not what Mr. Hart said. Not even close.
Well,
but isn't the
I mean,
issue? I'm sorry, but isn't the issue for Mr. Hartson is that's not what is being said? He's not disputing the fact that they are not including. He provides his 150-word summary, so it is his word for word what he has said.
I think
it's
what
just
he's saying
where
is
he doesn't like it not being in the body.
By
content.
taking it out of context, the word I used last time, you can change the meaning completely. It's just not there anymore. And the members of the public who are not as well versed going through minutes as we are will see a footnote or see a note there, but may not be able to find it electronically, may not have time to go back to the end to find it in the addendum. So the essence, the context, the gist of what was said at the time it was said is lost. And we've already ruled on this.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Member Washburn's next.
I have a question for the respondent, and I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name.
Rick Caldera.
Rick Caldera, of course. Yes, I should know that. So I'm curious, you were here for the previous cases and our discussion about how the wording of the ordinance is kind of vague, ambiguous about, it says in the minutes. It could mean in the body or at the end. And you heard me and some others talk about how it's important for us to find in favor of more sunshine rather than less. So we've come to believe, as Member Highland said, that having the 150-word summary, word for word, what the member of the public said and meant to be a part of the public record, having that in the body is it makes it easier for somebody reading it. It provides the context. So why is having it at the end, what is your reasoning? Is it because you don't want the minutes to be gunked up with these summaries? Why? What's the big deal about putting them where they fall?
Angela Calvillo signs the minutes. As I've indicated, her signature happens after the adjournment of the meeting. Angela is adhering to what was said, so she summarizes what was said. So the 150 words that are actually being written and submitted, she summarizes that, and she's attesting to that summary. But the actual 150 words she puts in as an addendum, and she indicates clearly that the content is neither generated by nor subject to approval or verification of accuracy by the clerk of the board. which is why they come after her signature. I hear you. We've been through this many, many times.
She can just disclaim that here's my summary, and right after it, here's the 150 words that was handed in.
And the way that she's handling it is she puts it in as an addendum pursuant to the Good Government Guide. You guys just had that hearing.
Exactly. And we've ruled against that Good Government Guide several times, 6 times, and here we are again. So if our order of determination not being followed, I don't think she's left us any choice. That's my position on this.
Member Sims, did you ask her? Yes, you did. Member Sims.
I mean, I think my opinion is that I've said it before, so I'm not really going to rehash it too much here, but I think it should be put where it occurred. And I think Member Pilpul, when you're talking about the freedom of speech, we can't forget, when we all talk about the freedom of speech, we just throw it out there. The freedom of speech, the freedom of speech. But the actual text of the Constitution is important. And the text says, Congress shall make no law that abridges the freedom of speech. And I think his argument is, my freedom of speech is being abridged by not putting it in the body of the minutes, as well as it violates the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And a part of that abridgment is following, what the hell does abridgment mean? That word that are, not technically my forefathers, but some people's forefathers wrote in the Constitution. In spirit, they're my forefathers. You look it up, it says to shorten. So they didn't shorten it. It's actually where it was, but it's actually what he said, but it's in a different place. But there's also the terminology that abridge means to lessen the strength or effect of. And I think that is what occurred here and what's occurring when you put it, the 150-word statement, at the end versus putting it where it occurred in the minutes. And I think that is Mr. Hartz's point, is that you're lessening the effect and you're abridging his freedom of speech. And here I mean, and I do want to tell you, I do agree with Mr. Hartz that I haven't seen a lot of frivolous complaints. He has well-reasoned arguments on most of his complaints. And I think his arguments for this have been reasoned well here. And I think that we should move it forward and find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance and move it on to ethics. And then if ethics throws it back in our face, then they throw it back in our face. But I think that these arguments should be made, and they should understand that our reasoning is what it is.
We've, like in the last case, we've given a city department advice through the order of determination. They've not followed it. They're clearly not following it. We should find willful. We should also name the head of the Board of Supervisors, the president, I assume, perhaps in that as well. I mean, we have to send a serious message here. I know that's something you won't do, Member Pilpul, but I'm open to that discussion as well. I mean, she's the clerk of the board. Who does she report to? Who's the head of that department? Is that not unreasonable?
She's the head of the department, but she's appointed by and serves at the pleasure of the board.
Perhaps Member Nee might give us some more institutional background on whether or the deputy city attorney is there someone else that can be named in addition to her, or should the buck stop there? That's my question.
I'll speak to that one.
In 1 second.
Well, I think for due process, for the purposes of complying with due process, I think any decision the task force makes today should only apply to who is named in the complaint and who was properly served and who had notice of it.
Member Oka.
Yes, let me begin this by saying that I think Member Pilpul should recuse himself from this vote. I agree totally with Mr. Hartz. Mr. Pilpul, Member Pilpul cannot be fair and unbiased in this case. I don't know why, but he should not be voting on any of Mr. Hart's cases from here on in.
I'm sorry, but you can't determine that, Mr. Oka. I appreciate your opinion. We'll put this on the record. But that's.
I want that on the record.
It's on the record.
Okay. Now, Mr. Caldero, can you tell me one compelling reason why Mr. Hart's comments cannot be made in the body of the minutes?
I've said it several times in many different ways that we do adhere to the Sunshine Ordinance, specifically 6716, Member Oka, indicating that it's in the minutes. I understand that you guys want it in the body of the minutes. That is not the direction of the clerk of the board. The direction from the clerk of the board is that we end it as an addendum, but it's part of the minutes, it's part of the official record. You open the minutes, it's paginated, everything's there. I've said it many times.
All right. I guess I'm not gonna get what I need.
Okay. Member Pilpel.
So first on this question of whether I can participate, I want to be clear, I don't hold any bias here. I happen to disagree with the majority of the members of the task force. I do so respectfully, and to in a way, to exclude someone who disagrees with you is, I think, maybe a form of viewpoint discrimination. So, this question of constitutional free speech and viewpoint discrimination cuts a lot of different ways. Just because someone doesn't agree with you doesn't mean they're not entitled to their opinion. And hopefully we all respect that we have rules here, and how the majority rules based on our practices is the vote and the decision of the body. Whether we like that individually or agree with those decisions or not. With respect to some of the issues that were raised, including by Member Highland, in other jurisdictions in California that are subject to the Brown Act and the Public Records Act, but not our Sunshine Ordinance, they don't have this option of including 150-word statements. So if you go to any other city, county, special district public meeting, including some that are held in this city but are not subject to the Sunshine Ordinance, you won't have a 150-word summary. Is that somehow abridging public comment or someone's rights? I don't think so. I think in that instance, that whoever made the rules there, whether it was the body, the voters, whoever, didn't provide for that 150-word statement. And furthermore, is 150 words enough? Is that abridging someone who might have a summary of 200 or 250 words? How much is enough?
Let's talk about the Titanic.
How much is enough? And is 150 words abridging somebody's rights or abilities? Furthermore, neither the Sunshine Ordinance nor any of the other laws require that member comment, the comments of us and of members of boards and commissions, be included or summarized, only the actions. So, in fact, the ordinance and the voters in amending the ordinance gave more weight to public comment, to the reference to public comment and the summaries and inclusion of public comment than the discussion of members that are making decisions on the body. And finally, and to this end, I think I would agree with Member Highland. If members of this body have concerns that the minutes that the Board of Supervisors is approving don't meet whatever you believe is the appropriate threshold, you should hold members of the Board of Supervisors accountable. The clerk of the board only prepares draft minutes. The Board of Supervisors approves its minutes. although, and I agree with Deputy City Attorney Kalla, although they're not named tonight, and I don't think you could take action to find them in violation tonight, I would suggest that you calendar a further discussion at a future meeting to hold each of the 11 members of the Board of Supervisors in violation if you believe that the minutes are in violation. They're the ones who approve the minutes, not the clerk of the board. The clerk of the board only prepares draft minutes, and it's the members of the policy body that ultimately approve the minutes. Hold them in violation. Send that to the Ethics Commission if you believe there's a basis for doing so. Thank you.
Is there any more comments from the members? If not, I'd like to invite you up, respondent. You have up to 9 minutes to offer any concluding remarks or rebuttals.
I won't use the 9 minutes.
Okay.
We've been through this before. If you want to affirm your decisions as you've done in the past, then the clerk of the board would request that you then refer her to the Ethics Commission for enforcement. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have to thank Mr. Caldera. He just recommended that you do exactly what I asked to do. Going back to Mr. Pilpel's argument, basically he wanted us to throw everything but the kitchen sink in there. You know, if the city of San Diego doesn't have a recycling law, that means that we can't have a recycling law in San Francisco. Isn't that basically the argument he's making? Because they don't have a sunshine ordinance in other cities, then the sunshine ordinance here can't operate properly, which is a bunch of crap. Very frankly, it is my opinion that what I was saying, and I was very clear about it, was not the fact that he can have a difference or cannot have a difference of opinion. It's when he takes his official position as the chair of the EOT to violate the rulings of that body. They voted to send a letter to the clerk of the board asking her to reconsider her refusal to comply. And he spent 8 months, and I spent months and months writing letters to this body asking why he hasn't done what the board, the EOT, voted to do. And we got no response, and it ultimately was never done. Now, there's a difference between saying I disagree with Mr. Hartz and actually taking a case that Mr. Hartz has had referred to his body and sabotaging it, which is exactly what he did. That's not a difference of opinion. That is abuse of position, abuse of authority. I would like you to actually consider, in addition to a violation of 6734, adding a violation of failure to send a knowledgeable party. It is obvious Mr. Caldera cannot answer the questions you are asking. He cannot answer Mr. Oka's question about why the clerk of the board refuses to do what you've asked her to do. It is simply an obstinate, I won't do it. And then they send Mr. Caldera here, and I have to admit, he's caught between the rock and the hard place. If Angela Calvillo says go there and just tell him no, that's all he can do. But we've seen on several instances in this hearing that you ask him a question and it's, I don't know. That's what the clerk's decided. I don't know. That's what the clerk thinks. I don't know. This is the clerk's position. He's not a knowledgeable party. The only party who can knowledgeably answer why the clerk of the board refuses to comply is the clerk of the board. And she has purposely chosen not to attend, even though she's an ex officio member of this body. Now, the only reason someone doesn't show up at a hearing is because they know that they can't say anything that's going to get them to win. And they might very well say something that really just lets the cat out of the bag. But again, we come back to the same argument. This is constitutionally protected political free speech. What I say when I go there, I sit down and I will spend an hour or 2 hours writing that 150-word summary so that what I have to say makes it into the record, so that later on when they come back and say, well, nobody ever told us that what we were doing was against the law or questionable or morally irresponsible or anything else, which is what they like to do. I'm on the Board of Supervisors, and by the time the shit hits the fan with some law I pass, I'll be gone and somebody else will have to deal with it. And it'll give them plausible deniability to come out and say, well, gee, we never realized that this was going to happen. Just like the Library Commission likes to do. You found him in violation for having a seriata meeting. And I went and asked him, I said, well, you were in such a hurry to give your support for Mr. Herrera about his filing the false statements of economic interests that you held an illegal meeting and issued it to the press. When are you going to actually have one at a public meeting? When are you going to have an open and honest discussion about what Mr. Herrera did and how it affects the integrity of the library and his ability to enforce the laws that he is, as a department head, required to enforce, when the rest of his staff know he's a perjurer? I have certain participants in open government that say, oh, I never call anybody a liar. Well, you know, there are times when it fits. And I can't remember the exact quote from Barry Goldwater. He says, but timidity in the defense of liberty is not a virtue. And I know I say a lot of things that, that people object to and don't like. They take the wrong way, it puts their nose out of joint. But that's what the Constitution's there for, and that's what I told Mr. Chu when he said, oh, we're not going to let this person have public comment today. The Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of California and the laws therefrom are to protect people like me from people like him. This law is here to protect people like me from Angela Calvillo, who has decided that she does not want what I have to say in the official record. And she does not want it especially to be in a place where it will be most effective at the point the discussion was being held on the matter I was commenting upon. Now, we can all sit here and go, oh, well, we really can't guess, and it's an imagination. But the bottom line is, again, that's the end result. And I would challenge each and every one of you, if you went to a public meeting and you had something you wanted to talk about that really, really affected you or your children or your neighborhood, and you went there and saw the official record said something that was exactly opposite of what you said, you'd be pissed. In this particular case, the Sunshine Ordinance offers me and any other citizen of this city the right to put in that 150-word summary to ensure that our political free speech makes it into the government-published, government-paid-for document, and that's what they want to prevent. Commissioner Hayon at the Ethics Commission said, gee, you know, it's really surprising to me, having been a former member of the Library Commission, that so many cases regarding the Library Commission have come before us. Well, if you get into a pattern of lying and stealing and giving money to people and not following your duties and then trying to keep the people who are notifying the public about this out of the official record so that they can't see it, and then putting it in a place where they're less likely to read it, and then putting it in, and that's what this is progression. This isn't just this case. This is a long history of all these different cases. And if you think you're tired of hearing the cases over and over, I'm tired of presenting them over and over. You've ruled on this multiple times. And as Mr. Caldera said, if you've decided in this case to rule once again that she has violated the ordinance once again, send it to ethics. But I'd also ask you to send it to the Board of Supervisors, because as Mr. Pilpel accurately pointed out, they're the people who control the clerk of the board. And it will just save me having another complaint against the president of the board and each and every one of the members. So it might be time-saving for everyone. See, I listen to everyone. I follow the number 6 commandment of Stephen Covey, the author of the highly effective habits, the effective habits of the habits of highly effective people. And one that is most important is seek to understand than to be understood. And that was my objective, Mr. Pilpel. Mr. Pilpel is not willing to understand what I am saying before he commences an argument to say that I'm wrong. And you can't argue against what I've said when I haven't yet said it.
All right. I would like to know if there's a motion to find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
So move.
Well, no. Do you have a motion?
What is your motion?
What's your motion?
I move that we find a violation of...
Microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. 67.34.
Sorry?
6734. Did you say 6734? 6734. Move that he finds a violation 6734. Willful violation. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Member Washburn?
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment. I think to find a violation of 67.34, we have to find a section that was violated so that then we can say it was willfully violated. So
okay.
I'd like to add 67.16. 67.15D.
Okay.
Yeah, 67.15D.
All right. I'll accept that.
I'd also like.
Second steps.
I'd also like to add a friendly amendment. I'm not sure what the code is, but the failure to send a knowledgeable representative. I think she didn't show up.
21E.
21E.
Yeah.
I don't accept that. Sorry.
You don't accept?
No.
Okay.
Maybe that should come as a separate.
So maybe that should...
Yeah, you can separate that out.
6721E.
I withdraw that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll vote on this, and then you can...
That's the knowledgeable representative, right?
Sending a knowledgeable representative.
Madam Chair?
Member Nee.
I would also like separation of 67.34. And I think it should be clarified as to whether we are finding here a single violation for a specific one of these complaints. There are 3 complaints before us. Are we finding one violation or 3? Are we finding just a violation for just number 13054, or are we finding one violation each for 13054, 13055, and 13059? And if so, that does open it up to separation on each of the complaints. I would not ask for that kind of separation, but one of the other members might. At any rate, I would like the motion clarified. Is this, are we voting here to find 3 violations or 1 of 6734, 6716, and 6715D?
So Member Washburn, Member Oka, you made the original motion. So.
I think since we agreed to find on all 3 cases, we combined all 3 cases, they should apply to all 3.
Yes.
So 3 for 3 separate. So when we did...
I think you say 3 separate violations.
So
Okay.
I just wanted that clarified.
Yes.
And I am still requesting the separation of 67.34.
Okay.
Did
you second?
I second it. I'm fine with that.
Are you fine with that, Member Oka? Because you made the original.
Yes.
Okay, great. So, Member Pilpel.
So I will likely not be in support, no big surprise, but I just wanted to ask the members of the body, although 67.15D makes some sense, 34 arguably makes some sense, you might want to consider 67.16. Point 16 is the requirement that the not to exceed 150 word statement be included in the minutes. You haven't cited that at all. That
is part of the motion.
Yeah, it is part of the motion.
Okay, then I missed that
So
somehow.
it's 15D and 16, which is together as one motion, and then 1634, which is a second or separate.
Okay, all right, then I missed that somehow.
I misunderstood too. I thought that it was just 67.34 and 67.15.
That's what I heard.
D. That's what I heard. I didn't hear the 67.16.
Maybe-
That's,
He said it. Yeah.
okay, so we have three,
Yes.
just to be clear. Okay.
The first motion will be to find violation of Sunshine Section 67.15D and 67.16.
Okay.
On that motion, member.
Public comment.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so we're clear. So we have that, and then you have a
And the
separate
second
one.
motion will be to find violation of Sunshine Ordinance 67.34.
Great.
Well, could I
Oh,
suggest that if
67.
someone really wants to push the 21E issue, as Member Highland suggested, that happen in between, and that there could, I mean, whether there's a violation found or not, I mean, I think it is appropriate and timely to consider at that point. So, if you find a second, then there's that, and I think it needs to be
So
very
I'll
clear.
make a third motion on a violation of 21E.
And perhaps that gets slipped in between the other two. But I think you need a second for that.
Is there a second for finding a violation 67.21E?
Or not.
21E, which is the issue of the...
Sending a knowledgeable representative.
Sending the right person.
Is
Okay.
there a second for 67.21E?
Okay.
Did you second it?
Member Washburn
did?
has
Okay.
seconded.
I thought you said I didn't.
And the motions are somehow specific as to these three dates, so that it's three separate in the way that's been
Exactly.
talked about. Yeah, with
Exactly.
those understandings, then maybe we go to public.
Yeah, now I'm going to go to public comment. So we
Okay.
have the three separate ones. Is there any public comment on this issue?
Chair Grant, how much time will we provide for public comment? Since we are working on three different files.
I will give you up to three, what you need, 3 minutes per.
I don't need 3 minutes. First, let me thank the task force for still being here and having a quorum. Obviously, you know where my position is regarding these motions. The same reasons I gave you in agenda item 2 and agenda item 3. I'm in opposition. Is there anybody on this task force that really thinks that Mr. Hart's attaching a summary of what he said in the back of the minutes rather than the body of the minutes is an abridgment of First Amendment speech? I doubt that. I've seriously doubt that. You previously ruled almost the same set of facts that the city attorney did not violate the Sunshine Ordinance tonight. If you now rule that the clerk violated the Sunshine Ordinance on the same set of facts, then you will be laughable. I urge you to deny all three motions, and thank you.
Thank you. Public comment on this issue?
I just want to bring up a complaint that James Chafee made. It's probably about 2 months ago now.
Let me interrupt you. Does this have something to do with
Yes,
what
it
we're
does.
talking about right now?
Yes,
in
it
this
does.
particular case, Mr. Hart's case?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. There was the similar set of circumstances where he wanted to put public comment at the end of every item. Instead, at the end of the total agenda, people coming back some days later just for public comment. And you ruled it with the same set of reasoning that the force of the public comment would have impacted the vote had it been done with each item. So I just want to bring that up, which is another form of what Member Highland is saying.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? No, sir. I'm going to close public comment. Member Sims.
I did want to say, I think this case is different than the city attorney's position because the city attorney was giving advice and we were determining whether that advice was contrary to our previous rulings. We have made a ruling against the clerk of the Board of Supervisors previously, finding her in violation, and this is still continual choice to follow that city attorney's policy versus follow our rulings. So I think it's a very clearly defined difference here.
Okay. Do you have anything you want to say?
Run out of here on a rail, but I'm yeah, do I have anything to say? Do I want to get up and have the entire room turn against me? Sure. I'm really torn on this one because I did check the order of determination and I voted with the rest of the task force on the last one, but I'm still stuck on, I guess this is page 136 and 37 of our packet. This is the letter from Angela, Miss Calvillo herself, and maybe I'm oversimplifying this, but I'm seeing that the information is being put in there. It's in the addendum. I don't see this as a major violation. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
There's no more comments. Victor, can we take a vote on the first motion? Can you reread it?
Yes,
so
I will.
people know what we're voting on.
In the complaints of file number 13054, 13055, and 13059, define violation of Sunshine Ordinance 67.16 and 67.15D. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel.
No?
Pilpel, no. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Chair Grant.
No.
Grant, no.
You fixed it. The three of you fixed it. I'll tell you
I'm
that
sorry,
right now.
sir. I'm sorry,
And I'm
we're-
filing a
we're
complaint
sorry.
against you,
Great.
you, and you with the same.
Great. So we're going to continue on with the next vote. Sir?
The motion
please.
fails.
Thank you. So we'll get to the next item. If you could sit down and we could see how the next item's first, and then if you have
On the
something to say.
motion to find
Are you
violation.
not going to sit down? You want to just stand there? Yeah. Why?
Because what you just did was a travesty of justice.
It's not a travesty of
Ruled
justice.
6 times that it
Sir,
had to
I'm
be
not
in the
gonna-
minutes, and now you just ruled it doesn't.
Sir? I'm on record of having voted no previously before, too, but that is not the issue.
And then
right
you're
now.
the one who sent it to him where he sabotaged it at the ethics.
Sir, I'm not, we're in a...
You've been
we're
a party
voting.
of this from the beginning. Call the sheriff, please.
Okay.
On the motion to find violation of section 67.21E, Member Nee?
No.
Nee, no. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel?
No?
Pilpel, no. Member Sims?
No.
Sims, no. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher?
No.
Fisher, no. Vice Chair Grant? Chair Grant?
No.
No. The motion fails.
And the basis
Are
of my
those
complaint
all-
was instead of listening to my comments during my hearing, you were having private conversations and ignoring my testimony.
Is that then?
On the final motion of violation of 67.34, Member Nee?
No.
Nee, no. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel?
67
No.
willful violation.
Pilpel, no. Member Sims?
34.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher?
No.
Fisher, no. Chair Grant?
No.
Grant, no. The motion fails.
What was the count, please?
Yeah.
That was a count of 4-4.
Great.
There being no further motions, the matters are concluded.
Okay, thank you.
Bother to me. You put out these rulings, and when I go to the Ethics Commission and fight for your rulings, you just sit back like a bunch of $2 whores.
Can you?
No wonder nobody respects you. Nobody.
Mr. Hartz,
Mr. Hartz, you're out of order
When the
completely.
sheriff comes, I'll leave.
I'm not going to call the sheriff. Is that what you want? We have different opinion. I'm not going to call the sheriff. So do you just want to stand there?
You have fixed every case that I've had before.
That's not true.
To EOT and having him dismiss the case, ignore the rulings of the EOT.
We're concluded your matter, sir. So
I know you concluded the matter
great,
because
so.
you just decided that after ruling for 3 years and 6 times that in the body of the minutes means in the minutes, you're going to turn around and vote no. And you do it with absolutely no shame. You can't even look me in the eye.
Can we go to the next
Not to
item on the
mention the
agenda?
fact that I needed 7 out of 9 votes to win this.
Item number 8.
Sorry, 6 out of 9.
Item number 8, Sunshine Orange Task Force Annual Report.
Due process. You want
Please
respect
please
is
call.
something you earned. I spent military time, and you respect the uniform, but you don't necessarily respect the person who wears it. And Chair Grant, I have little or no respect for you, and I don't think anybody that knows open government has.
Thank you.
And as far as Pilpel goes, he is the most dishonest, kiss-assing person in this city hall at any particular time he is present. There is nobody who can kiss ass and take the city side more consistently and more obnoxiously than he can.
Thank you.
Can we go to the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 8, Sunshine Orange Task Force Annual Report.
And
So
some
we
of your
continued
members
that.
agree with me. You might want to have an open and honest discussion about whether or not what Mr. Hart said had some substance for your too goddamn chicken to do that.
I think item 8 we continued.
We
to the
continued.
May 7th.
Remember?
Item 8 shall be continued.
So can you go to the next item?
Item number 9, Sunshine Orange Task Force Bylaws.
Victor, hang on a second. What was your first name again? Sorry. Carry on. Thank you, Rick.
Item number 9, Sunshine Orange.
So was he here? Oh,
You could do my eulogy.
thank you.
Nick, are you still going to be here for a little bit? For I just want to be sure.
Oh, you
that-
want to get to your items? Okay.
Would you like to skip over to
Would anybody have any oppositions? I can't find my agenda, but
item 23?
can you just move, would anyone have any opposition to moving that up so that Member Pilpel can ask DA Nick these questions? I can't remember.
No objection here.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Is there
So going to the
Madam
announcements.
Chair, could I request about a 3-minute break, please?
Yes. Okay, 10 to 9, we'll come back. Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. So we've decided that we will move item number 23 up, which is announcements. What is it? Announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items. So for number 21, Member Pilpel had some questions or comments.
Yep, thank you. So I circulated a copy of a Court of Appeal decision from last week, City of San Jose versus Superior Court, Ted Smith, Real Party and Interest. This is a pretty major decision. I've not had a chance to read it yet, but my understanding is that it found in San Jose that email and text messages sent to public officials on their personal device or through their personal account were not public records subject to disclosure. And that sort of flies in the face of how we've all sort of viewed public records, that it's the content and not the manner of transmission or who owns the device that's at issue. So it sort of suggests that if you want to lobby a member of the City Council or the Board of Supervisors, you just send the same lobbying message to their private device or private account and evade public scrutiny that way. I think that's kind of problematic. My suspicion is that this will be appealed to the Supreme Court, and and that'll take a fair amount of time. It's, a pretty major sort of thing. So I don't know much more about it than that. I'm going to read this thing. I hope people will get a chance to do so. While Deputy City Attorney Cola is here, I wanted to ask on this and on a separate matter if he could provide us a little more than what I've just done, not tonight, but at a future meeting, either the next meeting or the May meeting, with some facts about the case, sort of what it might mean if it applies here, and most importantly, what our options are as a task force if we want, if we even can take a specific action with regard to that sort of court case, or if we can only urge the city attorney or the board of supervisors or somebody else to intervene on one side or the other, or say something or do something. I think that this kind of major, and it's not just this, but other things, we should, if we're going to take more of an advocacy role, as I think a variety of people would like us to do, that's an opportunity to do so, because that sort of, from my perspective, works against the public interest in disclosure. So, Deputy City Attorney Cola, does my request make sense, and you can work on that for next time, sometime?
I understand the part where you want a summary of the case and what implications that may raise, but then as far as what could be done,
what our options are, if it's that we can send a letter, that we can take a position, or that we can only urge. I don't know how what those options are, and I wanted to give the task force the ability to take some action on this if we so choose. Does that make sense?
Take what kind of action?
Well, it might be, again, if we can send a letter, if people agree that they want to send a letter, so be it. If it's that we can only urge the Board of Supervisors to weigh in, or the city attorney as an amicus, I wanted us to understand our range of choices if we choose to get in on something like this, because I think it's pretty important. That's all. Is that okay?
So what? What?
And I'm happy to talk to you off, so that we have a better understanding of what, again, what we could do
as a task force. To what we could do
to influence the decision of the court.
I think the only way,
assuming that it goes to the Supreme Court, which hasn't happened yet.
You think that we would have some influence? So, I mean, what's the goal?
So, for example, maybe I'm not. It's late, and maybe I'm not being as clear as I could. We could send a letter to the Board of Supervisors and say, this is a really important public policy issue. We think the city should weigh in as an amicus for the real party, and in this case against the city, and that public, that lobbying of public officials should be on the public record, and that the Court of Appeals interpretation of the Public Records Act is inaccurate, and the Supreme Court should take it up and find otherwise. That's kind of where I would go with it, and maybe Rick can check with SPJ or Calaware or other groups and see where they are on this, because this seems pretty important to me, but that's just me.
I can double check with my supervising attorneys to see, and I could do a little legal research to see if there's any other options. But I think for what you're asking, the amicus brief would be the only way to really go.
Right.
So I think,
but the question is whether I'm not sure that this body can file it.
You could write a letter to the board asking that they ask someone in my office to.
Right. So it's how much power do we have to do a thing? Is it a letter to the board? Is it a letter to the city attorney? Is it a letter to the mayor? I don't know. So that's what I was looking at, is like, what are our options?
Okay. I can explore options. Sure.
That's cool.
Yeah. Okay. We'll have read into it by then.
Okay. So that was on the San Jose case. Thank you very much. Assuming without opposition from the body. And then the other thing, since there was reference, Mr. Monette Shaw made reference to the St. Croix case. For what it's worth, that's in San Francisco. It's now at the appeal court, A140308. That's St. Croix versus Superior Court. That's about one of the matters that Alan Grossman brought before us and was referred to ethics. He then went to court about it. There's been a few things written about it. My understanding very generally is that the Court of Appeal could rule, in the next few months, hasn't yet, and could find some of the sections of the ordinance invalid, or that somehow they don't square with the charter and all of that. Again, we haven't been briefed about the case and what the parties have alleged and all of that. This is not one where I'm convinced that we need to do something about it, but I do think this is something that we should know about because it very clearly implicates the ordinance, who has various powers, all of that. So at a minimum, I think if we got some briefing on what the case is, what the allegations are, what, could happen, not from the city's perspective defending it or bringing it, as it were, but just sort of the factual exposition of the matter. It might change how business is done here, one way or the other, and people can have different views about it, but we should certainly know about it. Those are my two big legal things. Is that also pretty clear?
That's St. Croix case. What was the matter number on that, you said?
A140308. And the underlying thing is Grossman versus Ethics Commission.
Madam Chair.
Member Nee?
Yeah, in the Grossman matter, the section of the ordinance that would be most directly affected.
21I or?
No, not 21I. It would be 60. It would be 67.21. Oh, yes, it is 6721I. It says all communications with the city attorney's office with regard to this ordinance, the Sunshine Ordinance, and opinions, including petitions, requests for opinion, and opinions, shall be public records. City attorney is arguing that attorney-client privilege is established in the city charter and that the charter supersedes the Sunshine Ordinance. However, what the respondents, what Mr. Grossman and his attorney Michael Ng are arguing is that that language is not specific. That language is not contained in the city charter. The city attorneys counter to that as well. The charter establishes the attorney-client relationship between the city and the various departments, and the confidentiality clause, the attorney-client privilege, is inherent. It's assumed, it's inherent in that attorney-client relationship. So that's where we stand. That's what the Court of Appeal is going to be asked to rule on.
Wow, that's interesting.
Next.
Is there any more? I'm sorry.
I've got a couple other quick things.
Okay, do you still need
No, not so much, but thank you.
Unless there's any other questions for me. All right.
And both of those things can come back to us as agenda items either at the April 30th or May 7th meeting.
Yeah, he's just going to look into it and see what you see.
Okay. But so that we have the ability to take action if we so choose.
If we so choose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so a couple other
Thank
things.
you.
Thank you very much.
See you later.
The item that came up earlier from Mr. Monette Shaw about the IP list and how we're providing notices to members of the public.
About the fact that they're not going to be getting the emails of the notice of the meeting?
I'd just like to clarify what that actually is.
Exactly.
Sure.
It's an email that I actually sent to the members of this task force stating that the agenda packet is online. And that is all it is.
Okay.
It is not the agenda itself. It's just a notice that it's...
It's not even a link to it. It's just a notice that it's
Well,
available.
yes, it is a link to the agenda.
Provide a link.
Oh, okay.
But it's the same link. Yes.
I mean, I don't expect to get a 9-megabyte file attached. Just send me and I'll go get it.
So they're upset because they are used to getting an email letting...
It was done as a courtesy notice to them, but the clerk of the board has been working on new technology to replace that function.
So I didn't want a lengthy discussion about it right now. I just think that 2 should come up either in the administrator's report or as a separate agenda item. So between now and when that practice changes, we might comment on that working, because it sounded like some members of the public at least like to be notified of
via email,
meetings, regular or special, and the fact or cancel or whatever. So just that we have an opportunity to weigh in on that IP list and noticing process.
So,
unless there's objection.
Member Nee?
Yeah, I'd like a little bit of information on that new technology. What's the bottom line here? I mean, will the notices to interested parties cease to be sent out, or will they continue to receive them when the new technology is implemented?
And since we have between now and July, I was suggesting not having that discussion now because it's not agendized.
Well, do you know what?
I can
forward
the response from the clerk of the board to a member of the public where she discusses the issue.
You can do what?
I can forward a memo that was sent to a member.
Maybe to all of us?
Yes.
That would be great.
That explains what
The
they're trying to
reason
replace it
behind
to? Yeah, okay. And what they're going to do instead?
Yes.
Does she know that yet? Or does she know that yet?
We were considering the use of Twitter to notice people when the web page was updated with new notices.
What do you do to people with people who don't subscribe to Twitter or don't subscribe to Facebook?
All right. Can we just put this on the agenda for a future meeting with the memo? You can circulate the memo, and we can put it on for
quick memo
future
explaining
discussion.
why the decision happened to begin with. We can send that to everybody here, and what they're proposing for the future. And then we can have that for the next meeting. So then if we want to write a letter in response and say that, it's not fair to the members of the public because blah, blah, whatever, based upon the solutions that they're offering, then we can do that based upon, because we don't even know what they're going to do, because, we'll see. So if you could do that, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Next. From the February meeting, since I apologize, I was not at the March 5th meeting, I had asked for a copy of the clerk of the board's policy regarding task force referrals, because I recalled in a previous item that there was some 60-day clock that wasn't ours, that was a clerk of the board's policy. Can you just make another note to get me that?
Yes.
And if it's appropriate, if other members are interested. That's the clerk of the board's policy on sunshine referrals. And the last 2 items, unfortunately, have to deal with people who have passed away. In the past month, I noted that Jean Lum, who was a former deputy clerk of the board, passed away. Wonderful woman, really nice. Victor, you did cross with her for several years in the office.
Yes.
Right. Great person. And Charlotte Burke, who was a member of this task force in the late 90s. Yes, former president, Charlotte Burke, B-E-R-K, and I believe the first woman, either the first woman on the redevelopment agency board or the first woman president there. Just a wonderful person. I served with her in the late 90s. She was either a 1996 or 1998 appointee to this body.
Wow.
Great person, and I wanted to adjourn our meeting tonight in the memory of those 2 individuals. That's all I had for this item.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
It was in the paper.
So can we go back
3
to,
weeks ago or so?
was there anything else? Anyone else had anything they wanted to talk about under item number 21?
23.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just briefly to repeat.
It's the long meeting.
The Board of Supervisors Rules Committee will be looking at task force applicants on either April 17th or May 1st.
So they had planned to have it tomorrow, and then did they give you a reason?
They will not have it tomorrow.
Okay, so now they said either April 17th or May 1st.
That's correct.
And then based upon that, just so everyone's familiar, then from rules, it goes to Board of Supervisors. So it'll still be another.
That's correct.
Minimum of 5 days, more likely 12.
Between the Rules Committee and then how it goes to Board of Supervisors for a
Right.
vote before new
Members are appointed.
Appointed.
Right.
Okay.
So we at least serve through April 27th or thereafter.
And one other related matter, some members are not reapplying and are not applying for reappointment. And until the board appoints the successors of the people who are not applying reappointment, those people remain on the task force as holdover members unless they send written notices to the Board of Supervisors that as of such and such a date, they are no longer on the task force.
Got it.
That's correct.
Great. So anyone that is not choosing to reapply, make sure you get your letter in, because then it will be issues of quorum, more than likely. It will be.
So it's like Hotel California, you can check out, but you can never leave unless you write that letter?
No, you're
Right. If
your term
members
is
don't
over.
resign,
Right.
members who don't resign continue to serve until their qualified successors are appointed and
As you
take
have done
office.
for years, right?
Well,
let's be clear.
Yeah.
If they don't,
You just need to submit
if you're a
letter.
holdover, if you don't send a letter,
You're here.
then you're here. But my whole point is, if you're a holdover, if you send a letter, you're going to be empty anyway. So at some point, the seat's going to be empty.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
You know what
unless
I
you
mean?
choose to
If they
stay.
don't, for example, if they didn't fill, let's use member knee as an example.
Yeah.
Suppose they can't fill member knee seat. Member knee writes a
Or
letter.
suppose they refuse.
Yeah. So member knee, now we bifurcate this. Either he writes a letter and then he's out and the seat sits empty and we just put a flower on it every month, or
but then
he
we
just
don't.
sticks around and never
But
leaves.
then you don't
Right?
you don't have quorum.
You don't have a
won't
quorum.
That
and
was
that's
my
the issue.
point,
And member
exactly.
Nee has
Yes.
chosen to still serve.
Even though he got that paperweight.
Even though that paperweight, yeah. So anyone that is a member that is choosing not to stay needs to know that they want to send that letter to the Board of Supervisors.
So the
to sign.
Victor knows whether we have a quorum. Also, copy Victor
That's
on
very
that.
I will be sending out various quorum polls, just to be sure I have enough members for the next few meetings.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As it will be very tight.
Okay.
Public comment on this item?
Oh, do you have any public comment on this item? I'm sorry.
Oh, hi. Sorry.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, a few things. It would be helpful to the public for you to announce when your next general meeting, special meetings are going to be, and your committee meetings are going to be. The clerk is in the process of not sending out emails to members of the public. I'm not sure why.
Wait a
but-
minute. Aren't you, you're sending the emails out still, right?
That will continue
Temporarily,
until July.
but the plan.
Oh, I see what you're saying, till
The
July.
plan is to not send them out anymore. So your last special meeting was canceled.
Mm-hmm.
Well, members of the public aren't going to know that unless they go to the website. And a lot of members of the public don't have access to the web. Some of us do, some of us don't. So I think you ought to fight the clerk on that policy. But going back to where I started, on your agenda, you should post when your next meetings are. I mean, you've suspended compliance and amendments committee for 3 months. I don't know when the next meeting is. You haven't met for 3 months. Maybe Task Force and E can correct me, but for the last 3 months you haven't met? I can't hear you.
We haven't met when we haven't had any items before us. We will be meeting next week. Or 2 weeks. We'll be meeting in 2 weeks' time.
Well, I don't understand how you couldn't have items in terms of you have orders of determination and the compliance. The compliance committee is supposed to see that there's been compliance with the orders of determination. At least that's what it was in the past. Perhaps it's different now, but if it's different now, then members of the public ought to know that. to know what committees they should go to follow orders of determination. There's been an order of determination by the task force that the Budget and Finances Committee is violating public comment by allowing 60 seconds to discuss the budget. Right now it's in education and outreach. But I talked to Supervisor Farrell 2 days ago, and he hasn't a clue as to what he's going to do different this year. So that tells me that there's been no push by education or this task force to get that order of determination effectuated for this year's public comment during the budget process. So I'd like to see Supervisor Farrell or his staff have some suggestions of how it's going to be different so that they comply with public comment. And finally, let me say, I just learned that Task Force Member Nee, I got 14 seconds, is not reapplying. He's going to be sorely missed. Task Force Member Nee was a strong advocate of open government. And open government advocates will miss him dearly. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am not reapplying either.
Bruce.
Dude.
Yes. And I'm not reapplying.
Dude.
Everyone knows that.
Yeah, we gave up on you. Bruce, you're not?
No, I am not reapplying.
We'll miss you.
So does that
And
mean
you,
this holdover?
Member Nee. What's
Does that
your
mean
excuse?
holdover?
Sorry?
Yes,
You're not
holdover status until replacements are appointed.
Oh, so all of these people are okay. We'll deal with that later. Okay.
And if I might, we did hold an EOT. Well, I'll talk about
Yeah, when you
EOT
get to
in a moment. So we'll get back to that under item 21.
And Member Washburn, I know, did you want to say anything about compliance amendments? I saw you. I'm sorry.
Right. Compliance and amendments has been meeting whenever we have orders of determination before us. And so there have been several months recently where there were no orders of determination. They were either not ready or there weren't any. So otherwise, we have the meeting
The
every
next
month.
meeting of Compliance and Amendments Committee will be April the 15th, and there's 2 items on the agenda.
Otherwise, your docket is clear. I've got lots of stuff, but you're.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that when we get to 21.
Okay. Can you go to the next item?
Item number 9, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Bylaw and Compliance Procedures, Review and Possible Amendments.
Okay.
I have prepared a short list of recommended changes to bylaws and procedures that I believe should be changed. I have numbered a set of the bylaws and a set of the procedures so we can refer to page and line numbers. We do need to post the proposed changes at various locations before we can officially make the changes. Member Pilhill pointed that out to me. It's at the last line of the bylaws. So my suggestion is that we can discuss the changes and put it in writing, and then once they are compiled, we can post them for final approval.
Okay.
Currently, I have several very minor changes.
Do we have that paper?
It's in the packet, page 148.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
My first recommendation is to change the regular meeting dates from the first Tuesday of the month to the first Wednesday of the month. That is our current practice at this moment.
That was never changed.
My second one is concerning the bylaws, replace tape recording with audio recording. I kept my first batch very simple, so there won't be too many discussion.
So we're doing tape recording?
We do audio recording. We don't
you're
do
just saying the
tapes.
bylaws to
Yes.
change. Oh, wow. Okay. The terminology. It says tape recording?
Yes.
So it says reel-to-reel tape.
That's right. I
now
forgot.
doing
Okay.
digital.
Part of the procedures, complaint process update, I would like to remove all references to the complaint committee and the pre-hearing conferences that was previously used. I'm on procedures, page 4, and then concerning my next one, the continuances, I would like to change the deadline for them to submit the continuance from 3 days to 5 days. to give myself time to remove it from the agenda so
Yeah.
that we do not have to have it on the agenda.
Exactly. Okay. And then what's
Discussion?
your last one?
That is also concerning the complaint committee and the pre-hearing conference. I would like to remove that pre-hearing conference reference.
We don't do that anymore.
We do not do that.
Okay. Yeah, he wants to just.
It is currently in the procedures and in, I believe, it's only in the procedures at this time.
Okay.
And that is being sent out to all the complainants. I would like to remove it from the
it.
procedures.
Okay.
So, discussion?
So yeah, let's open this up for discussion.
Okay, a couple of things. Again, since I was not at the last meeting, and I guess there was some intro to this last month, in the past, we have sent all of these issues to the Rules Committee for sort of vetting and discussion before it got to the full task force. The Rules Committee hasn't met in the last 2 years. Was it the sense of the body to not use that process and not?
We didn't discuss that, so.
Okay. So now would be
Do you
the
wanna
time to
bring
talk
it up?
about that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, part of me thinks that we should have an opportunity that's not this late with, due respect to Mr. Piccarello, but that there's some further public comment and opportunity on our bylaws and procedures. I get that these are relatively minor league changes. There are sort of other bigger changes that one could make and arguably should. So I'm kind of struggling with whether we should, even if we're not making the bylaw changes tonight, whether we should say, yes, those sound good, let's go forward with that, or whether we should kick the whole thing to a committee or do this earlier or whatnot. I'm also not sure, and maybe members Nee and Washburn can help further on the procedures, although the bylaws have provisions for how they're amended, and that also sort of relates to the charter and whatnot. I, frankly, since it's been so long, I don't remember how we change our procedures, if that's, again, Rules Committee and full task force, or if in the past we've published notice and then taken action. It's just been so long. And we sort of had kind of a very specific process for how things work, and then we've sort of deviated from that over time. And I get that Victor is trying to correlate to what we're currently doing, not make any major changes in the practice, but sort of reflect our current practice. So we could either change the text to reflect that practice, or we could talk about whether this practice is actually working and whether we want to make changes to our practice and reflect that in the text. So, there are kind of a number of different directions we can go in with this, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure that people want a long discussion about this right now, and I'm not sure that I do.
We don't. And when we brought it up last week, we gave Victor the authority, whatever you want to say, to bring back the top 4 things that he thought we could talk about.
Okay.
We didn't speak about the Rules Committee, about making that the place where all changes, you guys would have these longer discussions in Rules Committee and then bring it to the task force. But it's so many different things with the bylaws that it's up for a discussion how to handle it moving forward. But we did, give him that opportunity because he's seeing day in and day out kind of the things that he could start off with to make changes that would make his life easier in dealing with a lot of the complaints that are coming in. So
I guess
yeah,
I also had like a big rewrite that I did last year.
I
the year
remember.
before,
Yeah, I told Vic. Yeah.
And I tried to put that on a USB and print it out before the meeting, but it didn't work today. So I'm going to try that again tomorrow and actually get that out to everybody so people can look at that. So I'm not sure that the bylaw amendments that are proposed, they're kind of like, it doesn't really matter that much. The procedural stuff actually does matter a little more because it's sort of the day-to-day administration of handling of the docket. I guess I don't have major concerns about the changes to procedures. I guess I'm more concerned, again, that we're sort of late here and no public, or excuse me, one public. And I don't know if we've got any comments from any members of the public about the procedures, because these are the things that we hear from complainants and respondents a lot, that, well, we didn't get this, we asked for that. So, I mean,
So what are you suggesting?
I'm not sure. I guess my question is, did we get any public comment on this? Not so much?
You're saying, did we get any
Did
public
we?
comment?
Yeah.
No, this is the first time he's bringing it.
But,
to
I mean,
the
did we
table.
get any comments from members of the public before the meeting by email or other about the proposed changes? No?
I have not received any comments.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to hear
Yeah,
that.
that's, we talked about
maybe
this
that's
last
the best
time.
answer is your public comment and then see how to proceed.
Well, I'm not sure how the public had access to the draft bylaws. Maybe they were online?
They were made part of today's packet.
Yeah, the packet tonight, but how could the public respond if they hadn't seen the draft, and except for tonight? So my suggestion is that the task force composition is going to change over the next 60 days. It's good to have discussions, but I wouldn't enact any bylaw amendments until there's a new composition, new board, in fairness to the new members that are coming on. Yeah. My recollection, though, is I heard or read that one of the proposals of the bylaws was to have the administrator determine jurisdiction regarding the sunshine. I would be against that. No offense to Mr. Young, but I think the task force has that responsibility and shouldn't shirk its responsibilities. I'm not sure why you're changing the date of the general meeting. You said you want that was proposed, but there was no explanation as to why. And then the other thing about audio versus whatever you have now.
Tape. I'm going to interrupt you, but what he's saying, what he's doing is because it's so dated, the bylaws, so it had tape recording, but we are in audio now.
Yeah.
So all he's changing is the wording that to make it up to date. So like the meeting, we are on the Wednesdays now, and I guess they used to be on Tuesdays, but it was never changed in the bylaws.
I see.
So he's just trying to make it correct. So.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But you should be pushing for televised proceedings rather than just audio. Perhaps you'd get more members of the audience as public members if they actually see you in action and see what you do. Perhaps you would get more members of the public to attend your meetings. But again, I wouldn't enact any bylaws changes until the new board, new task force is seated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So with that being said, what are you guys thinking about this bylaws and kind of the way we want to move forward with this? Does anyone have any suggestions? Or
Since I do need to officially post this before any official changes can be made, there's no need to take immediate action.
Yeah, so we're just going to think about it, but this is your first draft of what you want to start off with.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Which is what you want to...
Yeah, I guess thinking about it a little more, for the two changes in the bylaws, I don't think it's worth going through posting and just for those changes. I think we should do a bigger set of bylaw changes that really overhaul the thing, do some real thing. Then, that's controversial and that's like worth doing. These things are, and I get that they're minor league things. We're continuing to work the way we work, and I don't think those particular bylaw provisions, I don't think are in the way. As to the procedures, however, I am sort of convinced that, we could make, unless we have some special notice provision that I don't know about, if we can make the procedural changes tonight, at least on an interim basis until we look at changes to the bylaws and how those would roll through the procedures, I guess I'm willing to make some of those changes. And I don't know what members Nee and Washburn think of that, but it also appears to me that there are some other corresponding changes that we would need to make in the procedures to keep them more internally consistent. And I can talk about that if people
So you're talking about... No, I think it's late, so I don't want to get to,
Well, then the question is, do we want to do anything on these tonight, or do we want to just say we're willing to go forward?
What we need to determine is the process.
Okay.
And it's how we can get it for the public to see, what we are proposing. So the whole idea of posting these, I didn't realize that how we were going to go about doing that. I do agree in listening to you that if we were going to post stuff like this, then we should do it a bigger body of stuff so that we're not doing little things because it is on a Wednesday. So if you don't want to post that, you have to change to Wednesday. So
I believe
how do you
the
wanna do it?
suggestion was that we can discuss one or two issues per meeting and consolidate all those into one large posting. And then at that time, we could post it for
Got it.
final consideration and approval.
That makes sense. Okay. So this was your first
Yes.
group. So right now, we're just discussing and looking at it, and these do make sense because they are things that you would like to have changed.
Yes.
So for the next, so what's your next step?
It's at the discretion of the task force. I can add more, but any additional recommendations I make get into more in-depth issues where it's how do you want to operate?
Got it. Okay. So is there a way that you could get that stuff to us before, and then how are you going to get it to the public? You're going to put it in the agenda and say proposed bylaw?
That is what I did for this set. I put a set of the draft with red line and crossouts into today's packet, showing all the changes that I proposed.
Okay.
So, I'm trying not to take on more things, but I guess I'm willing to sit down with Victor and go over more of the specifics and see what works,
what
what
you've
doesn't.
done.
Yeah,
I have your document.
and get that out to folks. I'm just kind of wondering out loud on the procedures, that part of it. Is there a need to take action tonight on sort of the 3-day to the 5-day thing? Would that help the world in a meaningful way? Should we move on that?
No need to make that change now, but I would like to remove reference to the pre-hearing conference.
Okay, so it's all like sooner rather than later, but tonight not required?
No.
Yes.
Okay, so then I guess I'm willing to
Work
sit
with them
down and
based upon-
discuss, and maybe we can come back with some more specifics either
Exactly.
on the 30th or the 7th.
Yeah, on the 7th, because on the 30th, we're just
All right.
hearing cases.
All right.
And then we can have like the proposed changes out here at the meeting.
Yes.
And then the public can go, but we still want to give them a chance to see what's there. And then for the next meeting, maybe start voting or something.
Can we not approve the changes that we already do, the ones that he's indicated, and then additional changes, have the public comment on that?
My understanding is that you have to post these, what's the?
The bylaws
State you
need a
have to-
special noticing at the public library before we can make any changes.
All right.
So we have to wait for that. Okay.
So we can make the proposals, but we need to post it and have a hearing on it before we can officially make the change.
And we do the hearing at the regular meeting?
Yes.
Okay. So these proposals, I don't think right now anyone has any.
Yes, we
major
can
issues with
continue
that.
these to the next meeting.
Great. And no one had any major issues with the ones right now. So,
Yes,
It'll be good.
there's no rush.
okay, perfect. So we'll work. Okay. So what's the next item?
Is there a motion to continue this item to
sorry,
the next
yeah.
meeting?
To May 7th.
To
not
May
April,
7th.
Right? So moved.
Is there a second?
Or maybe we can just do that without objection?
Yeah.
Without objection.
Yeah, okay.
Moved without objection. What are the next items on this meeting?
Next on the agenda are the minutes. Item number 10, approval of the minutes from the May 1st, 2013 regular meeting.
So I did do some work on this, but none of them are ready for adoption. So I've got another set of markups. I couldn't tell, for example, when Member Monet resigned. So May and June still reflect Member Monet as a member. So either she was a member and she was absent, or she was no longer a member, in which
But
case...
can't you give those to?
I'm giving them to him right now. I only
Okay.
got the packet on
So
yesterday.
okay, but these are from May, and I just hate that we are now.
I'm trying to get caught up, but,
But I mean,
But everybody else
has done their, and that's,
Yes.
that's my concern, just that we're
well,
waiting.
Then maybe someone can tell me why I'm looking at this and numbers don't add up and names are misspelled
But
and
that's something you could, if you have
sentences don't
concerns.
read. So if you're saying that everyone else has been through it,
Yeah,
everyone
and they're
else,
fine with it. So that's my concern, that we're now a year
that there are
later.
departments that are misnamed and people who are misnamed and references that are wrong. I mean, these minutes don't reflect the record of actions of the body.
But
That's
if
a
you,
problem.
I understand that, but if you are coming back a year later and everyone else had approved, that's my concern, that everyone else looked through them, because I've looked through them too, and I've seen little things that are wrong, and you can just call Victor up. A year later, it shouldn't take a year to go through. You're going through it too fine tooth, which I appreciate, but you also have a responsibility, if you want to give these to them, not to be a year later waiting for these. And we continue them each meeting because we're waiting. So I don't mean to be like that, but I do think that there has to be a sense of urgency and that before we can't keep continuum each time. And I would think that you would, because you talked to Victor, so you can just give those to him with your changes or ask him. So instead of coming to the meeting for minutes that seem kind of more procedural, I'd appreciate it if we could kind of move these along. So I'll leave
Okay.
it at that. So from now on, that's what
I'm doing what I can. We spent much of the meeting talking about minutes, so there are people who take minutes seriously. I actually do, and I'm just trying to get it right, and I apologize that it takes
I
time.
appreciate your efforts. I totally do. But I just think there has to be another way and not.
They've been a part of the packet month after month after month
Yeah.
after month.
So, and we do appreciate your efforts, but it has to be, we can't do this each month. So.
All right, so my motion is to continue items 10 through 20 to the next meeting.
This will be the last time I do this.
Second.
Does anyone, is there public comment about this? Thank you.
I appreciate Member Pipel's enthusiasm for taking on all these tasks, but as individuals, we can only do so much. And obviously, something is not working regarding your minutes. Minutes are very important for a lot of reasons, but because your proceedings are not televised, public rely on your minutes more than the audio because it's very difficult to track on the audio, as you know. So, I strongly encourage you to get your minutes corrected and approved as soon as possible because you're doing the public a big disservice by not informing them of what you've been doing the last 12 months.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's any other comments? So it was moved in second, right?
Yes.
To continue these, and we will be, I really want to get these up to date for next meeting. If there's no issue, I'd like to say that this motion was passed without objection. Okay, great.
Item number 21, report, Education Outreach and Training Committee meeting of February 10th, 2014.
Are there any comments about that meeting?
Okay, so we did meet on that date. We did discuss the order of determination with the Budget and Finance Committee and public comment on the budget. There's more follow-up that needs to happen on that. We did not meet in March, and I'm considering whether we're going to meet on the 14th or if I'm going to need to cancel and reschedule that. I'm trying to keep up, and I'm not doing very well. And I've been terribly depressed for the last week, month and a half, and not doing that well. So that's basically where we're at in particular.
Let me ask you something really quickly then.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're trying to take on a lot. Would it be easier if I asked someone perhaps to maybe take over in interim, maybe the chair of the EOT for you?
Let me talk to Member
out-
David and see
Yes.
what his...
I think you're trying
the
to-
other David.
Todd David.
Right. because I believe he was the vice chair.
Yes, he is.
And let's see if we can either transition or divide tasks better or something. I am particularly sensitive to the Budget and Finance Committee and the public comment issue because that they are running into budget season, and we did need to give them some advice about how to change the public comment there. And Mr. Piccarello is absolutely right on that. So that's kind of the top thing on the list, but there are a lot of other things on the list too. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Happy to take incoming if people are pissed off, so
Okay.
feel free.
Can we go to the next item on the agenda?
Unless there's public comment on this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have public comment about the EOT?
No.
Okay.
Item number 22, Administrator's Report.
Okay.
For the period of March 1st, 2014 through March 30th, 2014, I received approximately 185 calls, emails, and office visits. I was able to mediate approximately 3 items where they did not have to file complaints.
Great.
Great. The complaint logs are attached. Concerning communication received, I do have communication from Kimo Crossman requesting that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force communicate with the Rent Board regarding public recording records process, and he did request a response. That is at your discretion.
Okay.
Complaints submitted during this period during the last month. We have 3 files from Greg Gold. He has requested a hearing. He does not want to try to meet. He was not satisfied
Who is that?
with the response. He is, I don't believe
What's his name?
you're familiar
Okay.
with this person.
Okay. That's fine. I'm not.
He did not agree with the responses from the departments.
Okay.
We have one from Ms. Tesh. I am working with her to be sure that her files are valid.
So how many do you have that you got? You don't have to go through each one of them. But.
Okay. I have approximately
Number 4 on this?
6 items, 6,
Okay.
7 items.
So you got 6 items.
I do want to state the pending complaints. I have 59. Out of those 59, approximately half are from anonymous.
Oh, then we're not in that bad a shape.
Is it now anonymous, multiple
No, it's
anonymi, or
one.
just one anonymous
One anonymous.
person? So it's not anonymi.
So half of those are from one person. So we really have 60 minus 25, so 40. Wait, 60 minus 25 is what?
Approximately 35.
35, and then,
Okay, so so we're clear on the math? 35 divided by 5 or 6 means we've got at least 5 or 6 meetings worth of stuff that we're currently
they're
backed
doing
up on?
additional.
I know, but at least 5 or 6 meetings, not months, but meetings.
Yeah.
Is that,
It's about 30 I mean, that's about, yeah, that's right, 2, 4, 6.
is that, Victor, is that about right?
We hear approximately 5
or 6.
5 or 6 items per meeting.
6
And
times
I
6,
am
36.
able to negotiate some of them.
Yeah.
Right.
So. Not bad.
All right, well,
So what's on your report here
Gotta
are the
get rid of a
ones
lot
submitted
tonight.
from 3:1 to 3:30. You just mentioned we have 25 from anonymous.
Approximately, yes.
Do you know off the top of your head how many more we have from Ray Hartz?
We have approximately 10 items.
Are they similar to each other?
There are 2 concerning the public library and the use of equipment. There's one concerning the removal from the Board of Supervisors meeting and 2 similar items to that. And there's approximately 3 or 4 new items I'm not that familiar with right now.
I was just wondering if there was some way we could look at going through those in a more efficient manner.
Yes.
Conflating some of them, maybe.
I have tried, but he's not. I haven't been able to do that with other complainants to combine and clean up some of the miscellaneous
As we learned
cases.
today, it's up to the chair if she wants to combine.
That's not true, but you
At the
still.
meeting.
Yeah. but
So we
you
cram
still
10 into one meeting and we smush 3 or 4 of them together.
If they're open to it. because they do have the, I asked the attorney.
I guess the point here is whether it's in the context of our regular special meetings, bylaws, procedures, reappointments, et cetera, collectively, either those of us who are here or those of us who end up being here need to figure out how to manage this workload, because the workload versus our resources continue to be mismatched, and it's not doing us or the public or the process any favors with it. I mean, I know we're trying to get better at it. I don't have any more of a solution than anybody else here, but this is just sort of a big and continuing problem.
Yeah.
You know, my suggestion would just be, obviously, I don't know, we've been usually going, 8 or so cases?
6. How many we've been hearing per night?
Well, how many have we been scheduling initially, the initial schedule?
Actually, I schedule more than you see. A lot of them are withdrawn or continued at the last moment.
See, that's the issue. So, I don't know. The thing is to even schedule even more than we're already scheduling, but then there could be that night when
Everybody shows up. And you don't want to have that when that would be a problem.
Maybe we risk that. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is.
I do have some people that I can schedule at the last moment.
Honestly,
where I'm on a good working terms with them and the department, I can insert their files in with a 1 week notice if they're agreeable, but that is with their permission.
As long as and that's within the notice guidelines?
Yeah. Yes.
So then we become, that's the problem, because we schedule these and then people can't.
The other thing we're going to run up against is just having a quorum. We might have to drop meetings. That's
That's
serious.
why we don't. That's why I don't want to stay late and people start getting a little fuzzy. So
I believe we have public comment on this one item.
Yeah. Mr. Piccarello, do you have a public comment? Yes, please come up.
A couple of issues. I'm curious as to, in terms of the backlog, how many of these complaints are past the 45-day rule? Not many?
No, so many.
So many. So those should be your priority.
Exactly.
Task Force member Minnie can correct me, but previously what the task force would do is they would schedule 12 or 15 cases each time. And then, depending on who showed up, you could advise, numbers 10 to 15, that the matter's not going to be heard tonight, and you're going to have to come back next week. Rather than just setting 6 cases and then maybe 4 of them don't show up. My recollection a couple of years ago is the task force was setting 12 to 15 cases each session. And what would happen then, if all 12 complainants showed up, some would be advised and the matter was not be heard, and sorry, but you have to come back. Rather than just setting 5 or 6 cases, and then 3 not show up, and then you're not changing the backlog at all. But you need to prioritize the 45-day cases because, you can't advocate to comply with laws when you're violating the laws yourself. You need to set the example of you want to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance. So those 45-day cases got to be put on calendar, whether by you put 15 on one time or you have 6 and 6 a special meeting. You got to get them on calendar. Thank you.
That's, Mr. Pickerel, so that's what we've been trying to do, is try to start with the oldest ones. That is what you're seeing when we keep having these cases. We're going, what is it, from the oldest to the
Chronological
newest.
order.
Chronological order.
So you're saying Mr. Hart's is 6 cases tonight were the oldest that
he
in
has
terms of the backlog?
That he had.
There are no cases that were filed before Mr. Hart's complaints?
There were some, but not his, and they weren't
And we tried to
able to be heard, so they were like anonymous cases or whatever. You can look at the log.
Yeah, and we were trying to bundle his together, his old ones, and then because they were similar, trying different ways to see how, I understand exactly what you're saying. It's trying to see how effective we can be in different ways. So we're trying to see, did that make sense to put all his cases, his old cases that were similar tonight, to get those all done? Or next time, we'll have 7 to 8 cases of another not the same person.
Good.
You know, but I don't know if anyone felt, we talked about this, because I was like, can we just get all his cases?
If you look at the log in the administrator's report, if you've got a better
What were you gonna
solution,
say? What were you gonna say?
we'd love to hear it.
Well, I have looked at the log. Again, the logs are presented at the night of the hearing. It would be helpful if you wanted input from the public to put the packet 24, 48, 72 hours online before. You maybe then get more public participation on your public comment or discussion on your item's agenda. Let me just say one final thing. You need to tighten up your discussions on your cases. You can't spend 2 hours on one case regarding where you're going to put the minutes. Okay? Your backlog is just going to grow. You have to learn to tighten up your discussions. It's difficult. Everybody likes to be heard. But if you want to benefit the public in addressing issues that are outstanding, you need to tighten up your talks. Thank you.
On that note, I was going to say, I thought we did great tonight in grouping all those cases together. The mistake we made was not hearing 2 and 3 at the same time.
Madam Chair.
That would have been.
Oh, yeah, member Nee, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
2 and 3 together.
On the question of how many cases are on a single agenda, it's kind of a double-edged sword, both from our standpoint and from the standpoint of the parties in interest. If I'm a party in interest to a case and I'm informed that the case I'm involved in will be heard on such and such a night, so I arrange for maybe a babysitter, maybe break a date with someone or a business appointment. I come here and then I'm informed that, well, you know, we're not likely to get to your case tonight, so you got to come back next week. You know,
Exactly.
it kills a whole evening in futility. And the other thing is that if we schedule that many cases and we have to hear most of them on a single night, we've been here well past 11 p.m. City Hall closes at 11, and we've been here till midnight or close to it.
Yeah. That's too much. I'm sure you guys can attest that's too long. You're not thinking straight. It's too long. And that's why I was trying to really be tight with that. And it is problems with people continuing at the last minute, or, we think we have 6 cases, which is a good number. Because if we hear six cases, we're here and we've really accomplished a lot. But when people continue at the last minute, and the laws don't allow you to put someone at the last minute, so that's the problem, because it's not posted. So I hear you, and we're trying to figure out things that would change that. So
just in response to
yes,
to me, if I can,
sure.
That individual you said has to have the babysitter, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Fine. Then that person's case should be heard that night. Shouldn't be told to go home. But there are other complainants that won't have those obligations, that wouldn't mind continuing the matter. That's the only way you're going to get the backlog reduced, is schedule more than you can hear, and then apologize to the complainants that you can't hear all the cases. And most importantly, you need to tighten up your discussions on each individual case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I would like to say that I have been calling the complainants in advance to see if they can appear on a certain day, and I have been skipping certain files where they have told me that they could not make it.
See, that's great. That helps. You're doing a great job, Victor. I personally will commend you, so I think you're doing a great job. And I know it's difficult. I know it's challenging. So on that note, what's the next item on the agenda?
Adjournment.
Can I get
Memory
a motion?
of Jean Lum and Charlotte Burke.
Great.
Thank you.
I'd like to move that I'm sorry. Can I get a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Great. So this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you. Thank you.